Hello and welcome in to Ohio Stadium. It's a Week 2 matchup as the Buckeyes, ranked 3rd in the country by the Associated Press, take on Arkansas State, the Red Wolves, from the Sun Belt Conference. Alongside Caleb Spinner, my name is Coby Maeir. Delighted to be here with you for this pregame show. Caleb, Ohio State coming off of a massive win last week against then-ranked number 5 Notre Dame. 21-10 was the score. A lot of people talking about both the offensive, I guess you could call it a struggle, but also the complete transition of the defense with new defensive coordinator Jim Knowles.
Yeah, as we said in our pregame show from the field, that was the big question mark going into last week, is not necessarily how's the offense going to perform because we saw it in the Rose Bowl, but how's the defense going to look with this new adjustment? Did they have enough time through the summer and the offseason to put this in play? That question was answered, a resounding yes. But with that came another question about the offensive capabilities, which we did not see a lot of in the first half, transitioned into the second half. I think still Ohio State comes in with a chip on their shoulder because not only did they take it to Notre Dame, especially in the second half, but then they dropped one in the AP ranking, going from number 2 to number 3. So they have to come in and think, what is going on here with this in terms of what they can do?
Absolutely, and for Ohio State, Julian Fleming and Jackson Smith-Njigba will both not play today. Both were seen in street clothes during warm-up, so they will not be on the field for Ohio State today. They played most of the game last week without both of those receivers, especially Jackson Smith-Njigba, who only played about 5 or so minutes of actual game time. Caleb, how do you think that affects Ohio State's offense today without 2 of their starting receivers?
I mean, obviously it would be, it would be inaccurate to say it won't affect them, but with the depth that we saw against Notre Dame in the Rose Bowl, the past few times that we've seen Ohio State need to really call on their depth, they've answered the task. Emeka Egbuka, look at him to be a big player here today. Marvin Harrison Jr., Xavier Johnson, who's finally made his first reception as a Buckeye, his first 2 last week against Notre Dame. So, of course, it hurts to not have those 2 starters, 2 of those biggest guys, 2 of the guys with the most experience in, but it's not saying that the offense is out of the woods here or in trouble at all.
Absolutely, and obviously we wish them the best in their recovery, and you also have to keep in mind that down the road, 14 days from now, Wisconsin's coming in to open up conference play. So you got to think that maybe if they really needed to play, maybe they could have, but it could be precautionary that they're sitting out. Let's talk about Arkansas State. Obviously, it's the first time these 2 teams are meeting in world history, I guess. So happy first game of Ohio State and Arkansas State. But what is Arkansas State, if they're able to pull off the upset, what needs to go right for the Red Wolves?
Well, the general answer would be everything. But number 1, they cannot allow themselves to get caught up in the size of this venue. We talked about it on the field. This is, by and large, the largest venue that Arkansas State has on their schedule pending anything in the postseason. We're not sure what that'll look like. So Arkansas State cannot come in here and get blinded by the lights. They have to continue to play at that same caliber they played in last week against Grambling State, in which they won 58-3. They also have to take advantage of Ohio State's offense. If they come out slow, they cannot allow Ohio State to get through 1 or 2 bad possessions on offense and not capitalize on their own end. So if Ohio State gives you a minute where they slip up, you have to come in and attack it.
Absolutely. And just adding on to the fact that Julian Fleming, both wide receiver Julian Fleming and Jackson Smith-Njigba will not play today. The other inactives, wide receiver Cam Babb, cornerback Jordan Hancock, cornerback Lloyd McFarquhar, linebacker Mitchell Melton, and running back Evan Pryor. But Ohio State they're one of the best teams in the country for the reason they're always at the top of the recruiting rankings, and that's because it's football. Things do happen, and you need to rely on the depth that you have.
Of course, people look at Evan Pryor, who's going to be out for this season, barring or from an ACL injury. But I'm not concerned about that. Mayan Williams looked great. Trayvon Henderson looked great against Notre Dame. I think that's one of the instances where, you never want to see a player go down. But at the running back position, you've got depth there, where that drop in talent is not going to be anything that's insurmountable. And so that Mayan Williams being out, it's a bad headline, of course. but Ohio State's not worse because of it, essentially.
Right, I wanted to send Mylan Williams out. He will play today. Evan Pryor's out.
Evan Pryor, yes,
with a knee injury,
Yes,
and we wish him the best in his recovery. But you mentioned the run. First half against Notre Dame last week, Ohio State 11 carries, 50 yards. In the second half, 24 carries, 122 yards. That translated to a 6-minute increase of time in possession in the second half. If Ohio State, without two of their starting receivers, is still unable to pass the ball effectively in a rhythm, do you think they'll be able to go back onto that running attack just to get out of here with a victory?
It all depends on what front Arkansas State comes out at. If they're going to go with a blitz heavy, if they're going to load up the front and play deep in the secondary, I think, no, you can't do it, pending some breakouts. I think in a lot of instances, Ohio State's running backs are better than Arkansas State's up front linemen. But if they come in and Arkansas State is playing loose up front, anticipating a passing attack like how it ended against Notre Dame, I think then you really get to start that running game off easy.
And we can't forget, we can't take this lightly, Arkansas State's head coach is Butch Jones. He used to be at Tennessee. Their quarterback, James Blackman, played 4 years at Florida State. So just because Arkansas State plays in the Sun Belt and they may be seen as a lesser opponent, you can't take them lightly because arguably the two most important people in the football program, the head coach and the quarterback, have played in some of the biggest games in college football.
Absolutely, that Power 5 experience is going to come in big. I said, this is a huge venue. Of course, it seems like an award recipient for the most obvious statement of the year so far. But you come in here, and the commander-in-chief, the head coach, has been at venues like this before. And the quarterback has played in venues like this before, going back to his Iowa State days. So you look at how this should be, and it's not anything that they haven't seen before.
And at the end of the day, if Butch Jones is able to, get his team in the right mindset, it doesn't matter how many people are here. It's 11 versus 11 on the gridiron for 60 minutes.
Absolutely. A turf field is still a turf field wherever it is.
And to talk about that turf, we've heard a lot about Ohio State's players being very happy with the new turf, and last week you could definitely see the difference. What did you see up here from the broadcast booth?
Well, first, it looks great. I mean, I liked in the basketball arena, they have that gray trim around the end zones.
Right.
I'm glad, or there are the baskets, but here it was translated to the end zones, and I love that. But also, there's a certain feel that new turf has. Once you break in, those rubber pellets can get more spaced away, more loose after a while, and that's what started to happen with Ohio State. You look at the field and you're like, there's not many more adjustments that you made over this offseason. That's not entirely the reason they did it. They also wanted to get in new rubber there, make it a new look while they're in the process, and I think it looks great and it functioned well last week.
And you mentioned offseason adjustments. New defensive coordinator Jim Knowles takes over, as well as the linebackers coach. You know, Tim Walton coaching safeties, Perry Eliano coaching corners, Justin Fry, new offensive line coach. So it's a big change for Ohio State. And so far, they've lived up to the hype. I guess you could be disappointed not scoring more against Notre Dame, but as Ryan Day said last week in the post-game press conference, you beat the number 5 team in the country by 11 points. You can't really complain about that.
No, you can't. I mean, you would have loved to cover the spread in a game like that, really start your season off with a dominant win against the top 5 team in the country. But at the end of the day, you came out with a W. You're 1-0 going into week 2. There's not much you can hang your head about with that. Your offense did get on track at the end of it. Your defense looked fantastic. I don't know what you'd be mad at if you're Ohio State.
Absolutely. We'll send it over to our broadcasters after this break, Zachary Rodier and Jack Murphy. But for now, with Caleb Spinner, I'm Coby Maeir. You're listening to the Ohio State football pregame show on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio, the official home of Ohio State student-run athletics. Thank you for listening. Have a great day and enjoy the call.
Welcome to Ohio Stadium here on a beautiful Saturday. It's week 2 of college football here in Columbus, Ohio. The Ohio State Buckeyes welcoming in the Arkansas State Red Wolves for this noon game time matchup here. My name is Jack Murphy. Alongside me, my partner, Zachary Rodier. And Zach, we got quite the game here today as the Ohio State Buckeyes are coming off a huge game last week against Notre Dame, a game that obviously was the biggest game of the season so far and is going to be one of the biggest ones of the whole season once it comes to a conclusion sometime in November or December. And Zach, what do the Buckeyes do here? They have a 1-0 team in Arkansas State going up against them today, but obviously it's not the same glitz and glamour as a team like Notre Dame.
Yeah, well, first of all, Jack, great to be here today. I mean, for the Ohio State Buckeyes coming off that 21-10 win against Notre Dame last week, I think especially in that first half, they were a little slow offensively. The D was looking great for them. But I think today it's all about getting the offense clicking a little bit more and getting things going as the anthem's going here. I think for both teams, it's getting in that rhythm first right. For Arkansas State, the Red Wolves, they haven't been in an atmosphere like this. We're looking around right now. The stadium's packed, the band's going, and this is going to be an atmosphere unlike any other. In Arkansas State, they may have their nerves going into this, so we'll see how this start goes for both teams.
No, it is an interesting situation for Arkansas State as they're in the second year here with their coach Butch Jones. Last year, 2-10 in his first year, and before that, going back to 2012, Arkansas State was averaging about 7 to 8 wins a season, had a couple conference championships in there, last one being in 2016, being the Sun Belt champions. Obviously, things have been weird in a lot of places since 2020, and Arkansas State's looking to kind of come back here, Zach. What do we expect to see out of the Red Wolves here today? And like you said, one of their biggest games in years. Never played it somewhere this big. Yeah,
well, for the Arkansas State Red Wolves, I think for them, they had a 58-3 win over Grambling. That is an outstanding win, a lot of different touchdowns, but obviously it's a different beast for the Ohio State Buckeyes. They're not Grambling State. But I think for the Red Wolves right now, it's about putting their best on the line. They have nothing to lose. Injuries, anything like that, they're going to put their best players out there. They're going to put it all on the line, and they have never played Ohio State before. They've played 9 Big Ten games before, and they've lost all 9, Jack. So it's all about getting things going in the future and trying to get their first Big Ten win, and it's going to be hard against the third-ranked Ohio State Buckeyes, but nonetheless, they're going to try and get it forward.
Now, well said there, Zach, and just back to the Buckeyes, as we just got the word, no Jackson Smith and Jigba, no Julian Fleming today. What are we looking to see here in week 2 of the C.J. Stroud-led offense here without his number 1 target and then another guy in Fleming who we expected to have a big year filling in for the departures of Chris Olave and Garrett Wilson?
Well, for the Ohio State Buckeyes, they have a lot of depth. That's why they're one of the best teams in the nation. They have the recruiting. They have the depth. You look at Jaden Ballard, Xavier Johnson, Marvin Harrison Jr., Emeka Ibuka. Those are guys that can take the different roles here. You look at Emeka Ibuka, he received 90 yards last game, 1 touchdown, a 4-yard return punt, 25 yards off the kickoff. This man was rolling last week, and look for him to continue to get some reps here in this game, whether it's C.J. Stroud feeding him the ball or it's going to be Kyle McCord maybe in that 3rd and 4th quarter.
Yeah, we'll see here what goes on for the Buckeyes is without some key players here today, and another guy, as the captains come out, Cameron Babb, another receiver who the Buckeyes were excited to see play this year, coming back from a torn ACL last year. He's missing his 2nd consecutive game with a knee issue hindering from last year's injury. Now, Zach, kind of just want to touch one more time as we get this. Looks like the coin is being tossed right now. Ohio State has won the toss, and it looks like they are going to elect to defer to the second half. What do we expect to see here out of Jim Knowles' Buckeyes defense here, Zach? Week 2, after a big showing last week against a great team, what do we think expect to see here as they're going to come out first drive?
I think for the Ohio State Buckeyes, a lot of questions have been around their defense in the past, and for the Ohio State Buckeyes, they were definitely rolling. The Buckeyes held Notre Dame to 72 yards, 5 first downs, and of course, no points in that second half at all. So they were definitely rolling here, Jack. And look for them today against a much different team in the Arkansas State Red Wolves to continue their defense, get things clicking. And Jim Knowles has put in a structure here. He knows what to expect. And as the Buckeyes get into the Big Ten schedule later on in this season, they are going to be ready for those bigger opponents, because right now the Buckeyes looked like they were really good last game defensively. A big guy for them was, of course, Tommy Eichenberg. He was named the National Defensive Player of the Week last week with 9 tackles, 2 sacks versus Notre Dame. So he is looking great defensively, and look for him to have a big showing in this game.
Yeah, it's going to be quite the showdown here between the Ohio State defense, who obviously is coming back from what happened last year in the last couple games of the season. Really strong start to this season with the Notre Dame game, but still learning, as the guys talked about in practice week. And then Arkansas State here coming in, as you said, 58-3, 58 points, a lot of points against Grambling. Their offense is very exciting with James Blackman and all the different guys they have that they like to switch in around. So it's going to be very fun to see here as Ohio State lining up for the kickoffs. Out here now, the Buckeyes lining up. We got Noah Ruggles about to kick off here for the Buckeyes. Back to return for Arkansas State. Looks like they do have Champ Flemings back there, if I have that number correct. Champ Flemings, a transfer from Oregon State for Arkansas State. Did their kickoffs for them, did the kickoffs last week for them. Oh, and actually it's no Noah Ruggles here. It's Jesse Mirko on the kickoff here. Big boot down the field. Looks like it's tracing. It's just short of the goal line. But the fair catch made by Johnny Lang, who was the running back for the Arkansas State Red Wolves.
That was a beautiful kick there, and pumped by Jesse Mirko. This man coming from Fremantle, Australia. Ohio State, they've done it before with getting Australian kickers here, Jack. He learned how to be an American football player in 4 months in Australia. He had 5 punts last game with 225 yards, and he has been getting them right on those yard lines. But today it's going to be for a touchback on the 25-yard line.
Buckeyes coming out here in the basic 4-2-5. Jim Knowles front, 4 linemen, 2 linebackers, 5 defensive backs. Arkansas State in the pistol here. 2 tight ends to the left, or now Stevenson coming across in motion back to the left. 2 receivers to his right. It goes a handoff to Johnny Lang, and he's brought down after about, looks to be a 3 or 4 yard gain to the 28-yard line.
And for Arkansas State, just getting a little bit of inches there and getting some yardage. Ohio State looking like they're bowling here so far, able to keep the yardage just a little slow there, so it's going to be on the 2nd down.
Now, still in the shotgun, 2 backs, 1 to his left and right. Receiver goes in long motion, but it's another handoff, and Ohio State all over that. Teron Vincent and Michael Hall coming right up the middle for the Buckeyes. Michael Hall coming off a big game last week, Zach.
And for Michael Hall, like you said, an amazing game last week. 4 tackles, 1 sack. He played 4 games last season, but was redshirted. So this is a game and a year for him to get going in this season. And thus far, the Buckeyes now on 3rd down already, looking to get their offense going.
No gain there. 3rd and 7. Back to his left. Call another man in motion. 2 receivers to his left. Stevenson comes back in. Going to be his tight end on the right. Feeling the pressure with a design screen, but the Buckeyes, led by JT Tuamaloau, get home and force the incomplete pass. It's a 3 and out for the Red Wolves. Buckeyes defense looked good there, Zach.
Absolutely, and you saw that pressure there on James Blackman, the quarterback for the Red Wolves. He passed 210 yards last game for 2 touchdowns and rushed for 11 yards for a total of another 2 touchdowns. So he was all over it last game, but for the Buckeyes able to stymie the Red Wolves early.
Emeka Abuka, the sophomore receiver, gonna take this punt from Magnus Haynes. Good punt there. It bounces at the 35-yard line. Emeka lets it bounce past him at the 30. It keeps rolling all the way down to the 5. Looks like that's gonna be about the 3 or the 4-yard line, Zach. I think that's the 4-yard line. Beautiful punt there, and cover by the Arkansas State Red Wolves punt cover team. So the Buckeyes are gonna have it made out for them here, Zach.
That looked like it was Ryan Hansen, who had no punts last week. Could have been Dominic Zavada as well. He's a freshman, and I mean, that was a really good punt for the Arkansas State Red Wolves. to get the Buckeyes closer to their end zone and possibly the Buckeyes are going to have a big drive if they want to get a touchdown in this first one.
Stroud comes out in shotgun. He's got Travion Henderson to his left, Stover at the tight end on his left. Handoff to Henderson. Tries to cut it back inside, but wrapped up quickly there by Arkansas State. Good shooting of the gap by number 11, Jaden Harris.
So Ohio State's going to set up here again. So they're going to get their second down, and we'll see what they can come up with, especially with C.J. Stroud.
Stroud calls Rossi into the backfield here. He's got the running back at his hip, Henderson, who he hands it off to, and he's got a lot of space, cutting it back at the 30, making a big move at the 40. He finally gets someone to hang on to him, wrestles him out at the 49-yard line. Travion Henderson with a huge gain here, his first massive run of the season. Eddie Smith, the Bama and Illinois safety, is the one, transfer playing safety for the Red Wolves, is the one who finally gets him out.
Wow, that was an amazing drive there by Travion Henderson. And C.J. Stroud started to learn at the end of that game there, Jack. When you give it to the running backs for Ohio State, they're going to do great things. Henderson did 91 yards versus Notre Dame last game, and that was a huge drive for the Buckeyes, closer to the 50 now.
At the 49, trips right, pitch to Mayan Williams, who makes a great move, shakes one man off, but finally ripped out of bounds after what looks to be about a 5-yard gain, 6-yard gain here. Going to be second down for the Buckeyes.
And so just getting forced out of bounds there with Mayan Williams. The Buckeyes going back and forth in between the running backs.
Quick action here out of the pistol. It's a play action to Williams. Trying to thread the needle is Stroud. Threw it into true double coverage. Looking for Emeka Ibuka. And Eddie Smith and Trevion Thomas, the two safeties for this Red Wolves defense, both in the area. Looked like it was in and out of Sammy Johnson's hands, the cornerback there, Zach.
And that was almost an interception. Eddie Smith was also around that. He had 2 tackles, 1 interception last game. He was looking for his second one of the season, and it was close.
Already a big third down here. He's got Mayan Williams to his left, 2 receivers to his, or Mayan to his right, excuse me, but Stroud here working in the pocket, dancing, finally gets someone open. That's Xavier Johnson. And the Buckeyes are going to convert the first down. Johnson was on the left side, ran a little zig there to get some space, but Stroud felt the pressure there, Zach.
C.J. Stroud was all over that field just now. He was running forward, running back, trying to rush it, and then he saw that opportunity off to Xavier Johnson and made the last-minute decision to put it out there, and it was the right decision for him as the Buckeyes are able to get that 1st and 10.
Second first down of this drive. Stroud had Mayan at his right hip. Williams comes all the way out, running a 5 wide. Little dump off to the left side at about the 40 goes to Xavier Johnson. Looks like he's going to get marked down at the 38. Buckeyes have a second down.
And it's going to be on Arkansas State's 38, like you said. And that was just a quick play to Xavier Johnson, trying to just gain a few more yards, slow things down a little bit, as Ohio State is still looking for their first one of the game.
Henderson to his left. He's got Rossi as his tight end here. Handoff to Henderson, and the Red Wolves storming right up the gut. Jaden Harris, the redshirt junior from Monroe, Louisiana, makes a big play there. Buckeyes are going to have a third down here on their first drive of the game as we approaching 10 minutes and 30 seconds to go in this first quarter. Brings them back. It's 3rd and 10 as they're waiting on Ryan Day's call from the sideline. They finally get set in. He's got Cade Stover at the left side tight end in his stance. To his right, Travion Henderson. Stroud in the shotgun. Far right receiver Marvin Harrison, and then Emeka Ibuka and Xavier Johnson to the left. Takes the snap, looking down the field for Marvin Harrison, and he's got him. At the 20, Harrison putting on the speed, and he's going to walk in for the touchdown. Marvin Harrison crossing across the field, right to left, turns on the Jets and scores the touchdown.
And it looked like there was a punch right after the Buckeyes were able to get that touchdown. So thinking that there may be a flag, and a flag is put down on the play, but that was an amazing throw all the way there as the Buckeyes were able to get that opportunity, and for the big touchdown by Marvin Harrison Jr. He went right through, and a great pickoff by C.J. Stroud.
Great play there by the Buckeyes, and yeah, there was a flag that came out. We got our great sideline experts, Caleb Spinner and Coby Maeir, talking. It looks like there was a punch. And sportsmanlike conduct coming out on Xavier Johnson there. Sorry, we're waiting for the call. Touchdown will still go. It's after the play. So the Buckeyes are going to have to take that on the kickoff as Mirko will hold. Ruggles will kick for the extra point. Kick is up and good. Wild there, Zach. Is it some weird action going on there as some punches were thrown as Marvin Harrison made a great play there for a touchdown, Zach. What'd you see on that play?
Well, it was an amazing touchdown for Ohio State. C.J. Stroud able to find things through. I want to make sure we have the information, so we're going to double check it because it's hard to hear up here. But it does look like Xavier Johnson was, in fact, he got unsportsmanlike conduct, and it seems like he may have been ejected from the game. We're going to double check that again, but it does seem, again, that Xavier Johnson got unsportsmanlike conduct for the punch, 15 yards from Ohio State's 35, and that's going to be something. If Xavier Johnson can't play the rest of this game here, Jack, that's going to be definitely something to watch.
Well, we've just gone to commercial break here. We're going to take a break ourselves. We're going to find that answer out for you. First touchdown of the game goes to Marvin Harrison, 7-0 Buckeyes. You're listening to Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Back here at the shoe, we got our first touchdown and a little bit of action here, Zach. And on the first touchdown of the game, Marvin Harrison with a 42-yard touchdown from C.J. Stroud. Big penalty by Xavier Johnson. He was talking something to Trevion Thomas, and they got in a little back and forth. Number 8 for the Red Wolves. Looked like he hit Xavier Johnson, but Johnson was the one called for the unnecessary roughness for starting it.
And it looks like he still will be able to play at this point in time, as he only has one. We'll see how this continues here.
Kickoff here is fielded by Johnny Lang at the 10, and he's on the move, bringing it up to the 30 before he's finally met by some Buckeyes. Looks like I got to the 31. Cody Simon leading the charge there with Cam Martinez for the Buckeyes kickoff team.
So you saw Jesse Mirko, the punter for Ohio State. In the past, he's able to, especially last game versus Notre Dame, a lot of times getting it on that 1 or 2 yard line. In his first 2 punts, unable to do that today, but obviously for Ohio State, they're going to get a lot of practice in that. And that's what this game is about for the Buckeyes, is they're going to be on defense yet again.
Blackman here in the shotgun with Lang to his left. He's got 2 receivers to his right. He's bringing over Champ Fleming in motion, fakes the pass to him, now looking down the field, and he had what looks to be Kahim Waled down the field open, incomplete after he dropped it. Hickman in the coverage for the Buckeyes.
And Denzel Burke was also there, the Scottsdale, Arizona native for the Ohio State Buckeyes, as he tried and got a few fingertips on there, as he was looking forward as well. No interception there for the Buckeyes. They have not caught an interception this season. They had none against Notre Dame and no fumbles either way last game as well.
Out of the shotgun, Blackman pipe fake to his running back lane and a quick dump off as he eats the hit from Jack Sawyer. Champ Flemings makes the catch. He had a big week last week with 7 catches for 122 yards and a touchdown. As I mentioned earlier, he's one of these many transfers on this Arkansas State Red Wolves squad.
He went a career best 7 catches. So that was amazing for him. 122 yards, 1 touchdown, and he played for Oregon State as well, where he had big seasons there, so looking to come to Arizona State for more playing time.
Blackman out of the shotgun again. He's got a trips to his left. Out of the backfield is Murray. He's looking for him. Murray's got it, but a good tackle there by Cam Brown along the sideline at the 37-yard line. Good wrap up there by Cam Brown.
And the Ohio State Buckeyes still keeping Arkansas State away from gaining a lot of yardage. They were able to have coverage all over the place there. And as you saw, Ohio State keeping off to the edges too, especially on that tackle, as Cameron Brown was able to push him off to the sidelines there.
So Ryan Hansen out to punt for the Red Wolves. Emeka Ibuka gonna take it back again here. He had a big punt all the way down to what looked like was the 4 or 5 yard line last time. Tough, big hit there as Trey Mitchell was coming in for the block. Here, Ibuka on the return, breaking some tackles at the 40, 50, breaks the lineman. Now he's got the punter to beat at the 30, the 20. Ibuka looking to finish the mission, and he does. Touchdown, Buckeyes with 2 flags on the field, but it looks like it's going to get called back. Nonetheless, an exciting return there by Emeka Ibuka. Made some guys miss heavy at the 30, 40. Had to beat the lineman at the, one of the O-linemen at the 50, and then the punter at the 40 to get it done. But referees are discussing there were 2 flags out there. There were 3 on the 3 blockers. Trey Mitchell jumped over the 3 blockers. That was the big ooh from everyone. And another flag back at the opposite 20-yard line where Emeka caught the ball. So a lot of laundry out on the field here, Zach.
Well, both of them were on defense.
Penalties are against Arkansas State. Or Ohio State, excuse me.
Yeah, it was Ohio State would be the defense there. So that was a very interesting, like, you can see if you guys are watching us on SGSR TV, my shock there. That was an amazing play by Ibuka. But obviously it's not going to count. That was some weaving, some unbelievable plays to try and get that touchdown. Obviously it's not going to count as he jumped over, my goodness. As we're looking at the replay here, he jumped over 3 backers going for the kicker, and that's why it started to tap her off, as you saw there, Jack, that the ball started to move around. So the Buckeyes still going to have some play here, that touchdown's not going to count, even though it was an amazing play to watch.
I fell for the crowd reacting to defense, confusing that out there for a second. Now, Arkansas State will have the ball. It's a handoff to Johnny Lang here as they get another try at first down. The Buckeyes, led by Hall and Josh Proctor, shooting up from the safety position. Wrap them up there for the no gain. It's going to be second down, or about a loss of 1 is what the refs have it marked in. So 2nd and 11 here. Quickly setting up, Blackman with Johnny Lang to his right. He's got his tight end to the right side off the line. Coming in motion, 2 receivers to the right. Looking left for the tight end, Stevenson. Gets a couple yards back, but Proctor all over that one as well. And a quick 3rd down here for the Red Wolves.
And I want to clarify for our listeners here on Scarlet Gray Sports Radio and SGSR TV. So because of the flags from when Ohio State received the ball, the ball goes back to Arkansas State as they were the ones that had possession and were on offense at the time of the kick. So that is why Arkansas State has the ball yet again and past that 50-yard line, the furthest they've been all game.
Blackman out of the shotgun here. 3 receivers to his right looking to thread the needle, but couple guys down on the ground. Denzel Burke looking like he's going to get called
2 flags on
for
the
a
play.
pass interference here. He was looking for number 11, Adam Jones. Denzel Burke, the culprit on this one.
So that's going to be pass interference for Burke there. And Buckeye fans not happy about that. The crowd has looked very good thus far. It's filling up. I think
Buckeye
fans,
faithful has showed out here, Zach.
I think fans, especially with that noon game, took a little longer to get here, but they are definitely here, and they're not happy about that call. So for Arkansas State, it's the penalties for the Buckeyes that are giving them those opportunities, and let's see if Arkansas State can make the Buckeyes pay for their mistakes and tie up this game.
Out of the pistol here, calling a man across to his left. That's Stevenson now. The fake to Lang, and he's got a man open. Blackman down the field, just missed him. That's the other tight end, Sado Traore. He's from London, England. And he was wide open on a great play design by the Red Wolves. He had Ronnie Hickman trailing behind him, but Blackman couldn't drop it in the bucket.
And Traore received 13 yards for a touchdown versus Grambling last week, so he's looking to get things going. He was a mid-year signee in last season in 2021.
Out of the pistol here, Blackman calls another tight end over to the right. Now he's gonna run the fake RPO, throwing it up there, and did he come down with that? Yes, he did it, or at least for now. That's Traore again, but they're gonna call PI here as it looked like it's his hands extended out here. It looked like he pushed off, but we're gonna have some type of PI. 2 flags out on the field.
And so it looked like he did catch the ball there, but he's going to have to come out as the officials here are discussing how things are going to shape up here with 2 flags. It's a completed pass. The defense will get pass interference as we look at a replay here. So the Buckeyes are going to defend another opportunity here, as right now it's going to be, look like it's going to be 1st and 10, or 2nd and 10.
Second pass interference of this drive for Denzel Burke here. Great catch there by Traore. Blackman out of the shotgun. He's got 2 receivers to his left. He's calling in one, a little shift. Lang to his left. Got Stevenson in at the tight end spot. Looking over to his left, he's got a man open and complete. Wrestled down by Cam Brown as Adam Jones, the redshirt sophomore from Central Michigan, or redshirt sophomore and Central Michigan transfer, excuse me, moves the ball up a little short of the first down. Quick second down handoff to Johnny Lang. The Buckeyes swarming all over it. Cody Simon makes the play. And now we got a short 3rd down here from the 12-yard line.
And for Arkansas State, they've been looking good offensively so far here, Jack. I mean, for the Ohio State Buckeyes, it's been the penalties that have been costing them. So that's a big thing with the defense. You can't have those pass interference. You can't have those things like that. And that's something that we didn't see a lot in last game that are showing out today against the Red Wolves. And if the Buckeyes want to get better, they have to tighten up on that.
Blackman to the end zone, throws it over his head. Tanner McAllister on the coverage. Looked like he was looking for Foreman. And out comes the punting, or the kick unit for the field goal attempt. Aiden Ellison and Dominic Zavalda both took kicks. Zuvai, excuse me. Zavada looks like he is not the guy taking it. Looks like it's Aiden Ellison.
It's going to be Zavada, the freshman from Chandler, Arizona.
Kick is up and good.
That's going to be 3 points here, so 7-3, Ohio State over Arkansas State. And that was a really interesting call by James Blackman there, Jack, to make that decision to go all the way for the touchdown on that 3rd down instead of just getting those yardage. And obviously, Arkansas State, they'll take a kick on their second drive in this game, and for the Buckeyes, not necessarily where they want to be thus far in this game.
Well, we're in commercial break here. Arkansas State gets on the board. We're going to take a quick break. 7-3 Buckeyes. You're listening to Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Welcome back to Ohio Stadium. 7-3 ball game here as we are 6 minutes to go in this first quarter. Arkansas State out here to kick it off. Tristan Madsen, redshirt sophomore kicker from Clarkson, Michigan. Kicks it off deep and out of the end zone. Nothing for the Buckeyes to return. And we'll see C.J. Stroud and the Buckeyes for the second time here today.
As right now, the Buckeyes are going to see what they can do if there's going to be another break here. And for the Buckeyes on their second opportunity here, Jack, looking to get something going, as they're not going to be happy with this 7-3 margin as of right now.
Well, they took a TV timeout break on us. We'll take another quick break here. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Same score, same time to go. You're listening to Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Coming out of the TV timeout, 5:56 to go, 7-3 Buckeyes as Stroud leads the offense out. He's got Trevion Henderson to his left, 3 men to his left as well. Stover off the line at tight end. G. Scott in there, on line as tight end, and then to his right looks to be Marvin Harrison Jr. with Emeka, the other receiver, to his left. At the 25-yard line, pitch on the outside to Henderson, cutting it outside, trying to escape some men. He stays on his feet, gets past the 30. Looks like he's out at the 32. And it'll be second down for the Buckeyes.
And it was a little bit of toss-up there for C.J. Stroud as he popped that one up and able to get a few yards there for the Buckeyes, but they're looking to get another touchdown and bring this margin a little more of what people expect in this game.
Trips to his left, Stroud faking the play action, and he's got Marvin Harrison down the field. Brilliant throw as Marvin Harrison is tackled at the 20, or just short of it, the 22 is where they'll mark him. But Stroud, with the play action to Henderson, immediately goes to the lob ball down the field. Harrison had his man beat. Big first down for the Buckeyes.
Harrison was coming in with speed at 56 yards last game, 21 long versus Notre Dame, so that was another big one there, and a beautiful coordination there by C.J. Stroud.
Stroud has 4 men to his right. Now Stover and Rossi will come over and be the tight ends on the left. At his left hip is Henderson. Now the jet sweep to Emeka Egbuka, and he's got the left side coming in on the 10, and he's hit out of bounds by Trevion Thomas. But a great play call for the Buckeyes, gets them a 1st and goal inside the 10 at the 8-yard line.
As C.J. Stroud gave that one to Egbuka there, a lot of people were expecting him to run by far, and also thought C.J. Stroud was faking that one, but as he's able to get it to him there, Emeka Egbuka was able to find the yardage there perfectly for the Buckeyes.
Stroud back in the shotgun. Henderson to his left. Out far is Harrison and Ballard in the slot. Coming over from the right is Stover and Rossi. Now the handoff to Henderson, right up the gut, 2 shifty cuts, and the touchdown. 8-yard touchdown for Trevion Henderson, his first of the season, and the Buckeyes extend the lead to 13-3.
As Trevion Henderson getting his first touchdown of the season, like you said, the Hopewell, Washington native, as he goes perfectly right in through there to get the touchdown, as the Buckeyes were able to find the holes of Arkansas State, as their defense was definitely showing up some holes there, and the Buckeyes able to capitalize.
Ruggles out to attempt the extra point with Mirko to hold. Henderson's first touchdown of the year as this kick is up and good. Had a strong week last week, 91 rushing yards on 15 carries. Getting that thunder and lightning going with Mayan Williams. He had that big run on the first drive, and now he gets in for the first touchdown of this 2022 campaign. Had 19 last year, on the board this year. 14-3 Buckeyes, 4 minutes and 23 seconds to go in this first quarter. We're going to take a break. Thank you for listening to Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. We'll be back shortly. out of the timeout here. Buckeyes 14-3 with 4 minutes and 23 seconds to go in this first quarter. Jaden Fielding is going to kick this one off for the Buckeyes with what looks to be Johnny Lang ready to receive for the Red Wolves. First time they've touched the ball since their field goal last drive, which they capitalized on a couple of penalties by Denzel Burke to get down the field and get that field goal. Kick is off and through the back of the end zone as Arkansas State has a player down here at the 35-yard line.
I'm trying to see who that is here as he is down, as he's hunching over there.
It's either, I mean, we don't want to speculate on anyone's injury. Just see a 6 in there. It's either 26 or 36 number. And it appears to be a 36. Looks like it's Charles Willikis. Hope he's doing okay as he walks off under his own power, which is always a good sign. But with a couple trainers here, he'll be looked at on the Red Wolves sideline. As out come the Red Wolves. Blackman has a running back to his right, 2 receivers out to his right as well. Tight end off the line to his left with Flemings to the left as well. But Stevenson doing a little in and out motion shift. Comes back on the play action, now throwing it out there to his left side. Looks to be Champ Flemings, tackled by Cam Brown. Setting up a short second down here for the Red Wolves.
That was a great tackle by him, able to push them back just a little bit more there, Jack, as every yard is important here, and the Buckeyes able to do that.
Similar formation here, and whistled dead before the snap.
It's going to be a false start.
And good call there, Zach. Number 79, Jordan Rhodes, the right guard. He goes a little early, so the Red Wolves will be pushed back 5.
It'll be their first one of the game here, and the crowd for Ohio State happy about that one.
Now he's got Lang to his right. Blackman still has a similar formation with a slot receiver and 1 man outside. He's looking for the outside man. Tough contested ball. Big hit there by Denzel Burke to break it up. He was looking for Kaheem Walid, and Burke lays the wood to break up the play.
He's able to get him right there at the feet there, Jack, as a beautiful play as he was bobbling the ball there. You know, maybe they were looking for him to catch that one first, but it didn't go. So for Ohio State, that was a beautiful play for them and able to keep the yardage here.
Blackman out of the shotgun again. Lang to his left hip. 2 receivers and a tight end to his right, looking for his running back. And the tackle is made at the 30-yard line after about a 5 or 6 yard gain. But that was 3rd down. Forced to punt are the Red Wolves. Out comes Emeka Ibuka and the punt return squad.
So we'll see if Emeka Ibuka can try and replicate what he almost had as a touchdown there first. But it didn't go, so we'll see if he gets another opportunity. And that was a great defensive line there for the Buckeyes on their 3rd time as a charm.
Ryan Hansen, his 3rd punt of this game. As we tick under 3 minutes to go. Snap is off. Buka's gonna field it. Fair catch called for at the 22-yard line. He's marked up there. Stroud and the Buckeyes will come back out here as we wait to see if we're gonna get a TV timeout from our friends at the Big Ten Network.
Doesn't look like we will, as the Buckeyes able to try and get another opportunity here. So that was a good defensive play in my opinion there, Jack, for Ohio State, able to, no penalties, just grinding those yards there and it looked like that is what you want to see if you're Jim Knowles and Ryan Day for Ohio State. And we'll see if Ohio State can make Arkansas State Red Wolves pay here as C.J. Stroud and the Buckeyes O-line ready to go.
Stroud came out in the pistol. Now he has Mayan shift to his left. It's a toss with the trips left blocking for it, but good movement by the Red Wolves. They shifted up on the line well, but Mayan Williams breaks a couple tackles. Hard-earned 5 yards there.
And it's going to be right around the 29-yard line there for the Buckeyes as he kept weaving through and everyone was tackling him, but he just kept pushing, kept plowing through, and that's what you want to see for the Ohio State Buckeyes in that position. Just getting a few yards there and making this next opportunity for the Buckeyes a good one as C.J. Stroud will try and get some more yardage here.
Empty backfield for Stroud, calls Xavier Johnson in motion to his left. Going to dump it off to Marvin Harrison, who makes the catch at about the 32. Jumps up for about 4 more yards. He's down at the 36.
Another play of C.J. Stroud, not doing anything too crazy, just getting the yardage there, pushing it through. And for Ohio State, another one where this seems more like Ohio State football offensively here, Jack, as the Buckeyes getting another opportunity, looking much better than they did in that first half of Notre Dame.
Stroud checking to the sideline. He's got 3 to his right with Mayan on his right hip. Fakes the pitch to Mayan. Now looking deep down the field for wide open Cade Stover. That's the captain. Takes 2 men on and drags them down to the 28-yard line. He's fired up after that one. Big play by Cade Stover.
And Stover only got 14 yards versus Notre Dame last game, the Mansfield, Ohio native. So for him, that must be a big moment for him as he must be excited as the redshirt junior there. So it was a great opportunity. All the other wide receivers were moving around there for C.J. Stroud. So Stover as the tight end able to move in and find that opportunity.
Great play designed by the Buckeyes. They'd run that toss a couple times. They fake the toss and get one person open down the field. Now, out of a 2x2 here with Mayan to his right. Another play action looking down the field, and Marvin Harrison Jr. had number 9 for the Red Wolves all over him. That's
Trevion
Thomas. Another penalty for him. He's been involved in a couple different altercations here, and he gets the pass interference on Marvin Harrison.
Marvin Harrison looking like he was far out on that one and was able to get it, but due to that pass interference, unable to get his hands on that one. As he was looking, if he would have got that one all the way into the end zone, he would have been free. So as we look at a replay there, that is exactly what happened. And for the Buckeyes, now going to have another opportunity to get things going and try and get for the 3rd touchdown of the game. Just under a minute here in this first quarter.
Stroud with Mayan to his left. He's got 2 tight ends to his left. And in motion, Emeka to the left. It's another toss here. Blockers in front. Mayan gonna get wrapped up and pushed out of bounds. And now there's the flag. Mayan was pushed out of bounds by number 5 for the Red Wolves.
It's Kevon Bennett, Fort Lauderdale, Florida native, and he put his hands up at the end there, Jack, saying, I didn't deserve that, but he seemed to be expecting it at the time. So another opportunity for the Buckeyes, just baiting the Red Wolves to putting another penalty on the play. And this is very similar to when Ohio State did that oppositely on the defense. So now Arkansas State, their penalties are starting to cost them here as the Buckeyes keep creeping closer and closer to that end zone.
Yeah, and that was weird there, Zach. Mayan Williams was tiptoeing. I didn't have much room there, but he wouldn't go down. Kenneth Harris thought he had him. Jaden Harris thought he had him, but Kevion Bennett gets him a little too late here. So now from what looks to be the 8-yard line, yep, the 8-yard line, Stroud got a trio of receivers to his right, fakes it to Mayan Williams, feeling some pressure, looking in the corner of the end zone. Beautiful catch by Harrison, but I don't think he tiptoed in, and the ref agrees with that. Says Marvin just missed the toes. Great catch there as he kind of sailed out of bounds. CJ was feeling the pressure here. It's going to be 2nd down and goal. Oh, and a late penalty here. Buckeyes getting called for an illegal formation, so they'll skirt back 5 yards here.
And it looks like his tippy toes could have gotten into that end zone. It was very close, but CJ Stroud, you have to respect, like you said, he was under a lot of pressure there, Jack, but still able to find a beautiful pass there for Marvin Harrison Jr., and that was a great play as he was pushed back almost to the 25-yard line after getting that pressure. So for the Buckeyes, they're still below that 25-yard line, even with that flag on the yardage there.
30 seconds to go in this first quarter. Buckeyes up 14-3. Second down and goal from the 13. The handoff to Williams, who cuts back to the right. A couple of the linebackers of the Red Bulls able to trip him up. Looks like Jordan Carmouche was there to get him. So it's going to be third down here. Stroud quickly to the line. Refs haven't whistled it in.
It's going to be second and 6.
Approaching the end of this first quarter here. We'll see if the Buckeyes get it off. They do. Stroud looking out there for a Emeka Egbuka, and it's too much. Sails it out of the end zone. 2 seconds to go in this first quarter. Interesting decision there by Coach Day. Seemed like he might let it milk to the end of the quarter. But the Buckeyes are out here. 2 seconds to go in this first quarter. 4th and goal from the 6-yard line. Stroud in a 2-by-2. Stover and Emeka to his right. Johnson in motion, comes inside on Harrison to his left. Stroud looking for Harrison. Harrison gets in, but the ball squirts out at the last second. That was, I haven't seen something like that in football. Harrison kind of stops. He's 1 yard short of the goal line. He catches the ball in, tries to take it in across the plane, and is met by 2 Red Wolves, and the ball just popped out here. It's definitely a catch.
They called it an incomplete pass, which I think is a very interesting call. He definitely had possession of it as he's going in, and he drops it as he's going down into the end zone. It pops up looking like it could possibly be a fumble there, even though Ohio State maintained possession. But obviously right there, as the officials are going to take a look at that here, that was a very interesting call, and I'm sure either way the Buckeyes are going to lose possession as that was their 3rd down.
Well, it looked like Harrison made the catch and turned up field. Going in, he had 1 yard to go from where he caught it. And then Straker, number 21 for the Red Wolves, came in and punched that ball out. But we're going to go to, that was the end of the first quarter. So we'll come out of the, we'll come into the second quarter with our answer to this. We're going to take a quick timeout. 14-3 Buckeyes. Back here at the shoe as we're about to start the second quarter. The Buckeyes coming out after a very interesting goal line play. where now they are going to get this 4th down after what is ruled an incomplete pass. So Noah Ruggles will attempt the kick.
And for Noah Ruggles, he is 0 for 1 this season.
24-yard field goal up and good. So the Buckeyes increase their lead to 2 touchdowns here, Zach.
And for the Ohio State Buckeyes and Noah Ruggles, that is what you want to see there, Jack. Like I said, he was 0 for 1 last game. He missed 1 field goal attempt the entire season last year. So this is a game for both the offense and the special teams, especially for Noah Ruggles, to get in the rhythm, get their confidence back a little bit after what happened last game, even though they got the win. And that is a play there that Ohio State, they definitely want to give some Noah Ruggles a little bit of opportunities here. Look for him to try and get a few other attempts in this game.
Yeah, big confidence boost there after a tough miss, but like you said, he doesn't usually miss. And it wasn't an easy kick last week, but it could have made the game tied heading into halftime. It ended up not mattering to the Buckeyes, but an interesting storyline here to watch, Zach, as now the Buckeyes are going to kick back off. Jaden Fielding back out to do it. First year from League City, Texas. He lets it hang down the field. Lang is going to field it 1 yard inside the goal line, making shifty moves at the 20, pushing it past the 25, and out of bounds at the 30.
Johnny Lang, continuing from Palmetto, Florida, rushed 124 yards for 1 touchdown last game, and he played for Iowa State, seeing 6 games in 2020. So he is a very fast player. The Ohio State Buckeyes weren't expecting that play there, Jack, as he kept on weaving through. And look for Johnny Lang to continue to get his wheels and speed going in this game to get Arkansas State continuing to get on the board.
Blackman comes out here with Lang at his left hip. A tight end and a receiver to his right, 2 receivers to his left. In motion, Stevenson doing that little curl motion, comes back to the right. Play action, Blackman feeling the pressure, but he gets it off. He's got a man wide open down the field. That's Champ Flemings, who makes a man miss, shifts over. He's still going and gets down to the 11-yard line.
And the small fan section here for Arkansas State are losing their minds. That was an unbelievable play there, and a catch for Arkansas State as they move up quickly with the time here. And a beautiful play on that one as James Blackman had the rocket there as that one soared. And a great play as Arkansas State getting things going as it goes to Champ Flemings.
Denzel Burke continuing to struggle here. Gives up that big play inside the 15-yard line. Blackman, another play action. Looks over to the right for his tight end Stevenson. Felt the pressure. JT Tuamaloau coming in hot. It's going to be 2nd down.
And that was a 58-yard catch and reception there. So that was an unbelievable play going all the way. And Arkansas State, they have shown here, Jack, so far that they can stay up for the Buckeyes, that they still have offense. They scored 58 against Grambling last week, so they definitely have that offensive blood in them for them. So right now, looking to try and continue even against one of the best defenses in the country.
Handoff to Marcel Murray is whistled dead.
False start.
Continuing to hurt themselves are the Red Wolves here after that big play. Can't get much going to, on the completion to Stevenson, and then second play, whistled dead here. Pushed back 5 yards at the 17.
It's going to be 2nd and 10. Like you said, another self-inflicted wound there for Arkansas State. Just look as they were getting closer to that end zone.
Blackman calls Stevenson in. He's going to hand it off to Murray, and JT Tuamaloau meets him right at the line of scrimmage. What an impressive player this sophomore is. Big start to the season. Makes the big play to first 4th down.
And he was able to get right up there. And Arkansas State, they were looking great offensively, and Ohio State, their defense, they didn't give up, still pushing here as it's going to be 3rd and 13. So for Ohio State, their defense coming back better in this.
In motion, was Murray. Pass looking for him. Blackman too much on it. Out of his reach in the backfield. So they give up a 58-yard play, and they hold them to 3 plays and out. Kind of similar to the first drive last week, huh, Zach?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that for Ohio State right now, their defense, it struggled, in my opinion, in this drive at the beginning, especially on that 58-yard reception. But then the Buckeyes, once they were able to get into the red zone for Arkansas State, have tightened up everything defensively and are looking good on this drive.
So it looks like it's Zuvada, Dominic Zuvada, on the kick. It is up, and it is good.
And Zavada, another great kick for him there, as he kicked 62 yards last game versus Grambling State. Again, the Arizona native freshman, 6'3", 174 pounds. He went to Valley Christian High School, and he helped lead the team to 11-2. So as a freshman, being the starting kicker, that is a big role to fill here, Jack. So thus far, with 2 kicks and 2 field goals, it's looking good.
We're going to take a break here as we go to a commercial timeout. 17-6, 13 minutes and 33 seconds to go in this second quarter. You're listening to Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. We'll be back. Back here in the second quarter, 13 minutes and 33 seconds to go. Ohio State 17, Arkansas State 6 after the field goal attempt by Dominic Zuvada, freshman kicker. For the Red Wolves, gets them back on the board. They're down 11 here. About to kick back off to the Buckeyes, who themselves are coming off a field goal drive in which they marched down the field but were unable to finish. Deep kick here. Goes through the end zone. Quick touchback. Out come the Buckeyes.
So it's going to be their 4th drive of the game for the Ohio State Buckeyes. Just trying to push things, continuing to get forward here as they have 17. They're definitely hungry, looking for more going into the third quarter in the second half with just 13:33 left in this one in the second quarter. So for the Buckeyes, you got to like what they've done so far, but I got to tell you, Jack, even with only 6 points, Arkansas State has definitely kept the rhythm. They're looking good, especially against a really good Ohio State team. A lot of people were expecting it to be a much bigger margin. I don't think that says much about Ohio State. And their performance, just Arkansas State has performed really well.
Yeah, offense is held around. Defense here is going to need a big stop, which they almost got at the goal line last possession. Henderson takes the handoff to the left, tries to get a little shifty, but brought down by a couple Red Wolves there. Looked like that was Tim Hardiman, who's Spring, Texas native, redshirt freshman, making the stop for the Red Wolves. Now, Stroud in a pistol formation here. He's got 2 men to his left, Rossi a little in front of him. Henderson behind him. Ball goes to Henderson, trying to cut up, but shooting the gap well is the Red Wolves, led by Straker, number 21 for the Red Wolves. Great play, forcing third down.
So just quickly, third down, the defense here for Arkansas State in this drive looking good. Ohio State just, not doing exactly where they want thus far in this drive. And I think CJ Stroud on this third one, on 3rd and 12, they're definitely going to try and get something done here because they don't want to be pushed down this quickly in this drive.
Arkansas State with a real chance to make something happen. Stroud, 3 men to his left, going through his progressions, looking down the field, but Emeka Ibuka kind of lost his footing. Not able to make a play on the ball. And it's a 3-and-out for the Buckeyes.
And Arkansas State is looking really excited there, Jack, about that one. They cannot believe that they just held the Ohio State Buckeyes to just 3 opportunities on that drive. So quickly, the Ohio State Buckeyes, not where they want to be after that kick. Now they're going to be on defense yet again as the punter is going to come on here for the Buckeyes.
Here is Mirko. Who, running to his right, gets a good boot on it. Fair catch made at the 25 by the Red Wolves. That looks to be Johnny Lang, and it is. So 3-and-out for the Buckeyes. Arkansas State is going to come out here. And 2 field goals in their last 2 drives, Zach, but they've had some big plays, so they're going to look to finally get one across the goal line here. Blackman setting up in the shotgun. He's got 3 receivers to his right, tight end on his left, and Johnny Lang at his left hip.
And so a much closer game than many were expecting at this point of the game, but I think Arkansas State with another opportunity.
Handoff goes to Lang, coming across from the right at about the 30-yard line. He's met by Tyler Friday and Ronnie Hickman. About a 5-yard gain there. 2nd down.
On the offense for Arkansas State, they can fuel from the defense after that amazing play that they did against the Ohio State offense there. So some momentum from both sides of the team there, and it's definitely going to help Arkansas State try and get that one into the end zone in this drive.
Blackman having guys shift around a little bit. Now he's got 2 receivers out to his right with Lang at his right hip. Stevenson in there at his tight end. Doing a little zig motion again. Coming out, Blackman. It was a screen to Champ Flemings. Get it off to him, and a huge hit by Tommy Eichenberg. Coming in heavy, but Champ Flemings liked that. Ate that lead, came up enjoying it. Gets it to 3rd and 1 here after that big play.
And that was a big hit closer to the head. No targeting there, and it looked like Jack Sawyer from Pickerington, Ohio for the Buckeyes also getting on that play. And so a big push there for the Ohio State Buckeyes, and quickly able to get it off to a 3rd down.
Blackman up at the line here, talking to his linemen as the Buckeyes make a couple shifts. 3rd and 1, Blackman's out of the shotgun. 2 tight ends in this formation with Lang to his right. In motion, Fleming fakes it to his running back, gives it to Fleming. He's got to make 2 men miss, and he does. He gets the 1st down. He's brought down by Cam Martinez, but not before Champ Flemings gets across to move the sticks.
So a big play there for Champ Flemings, continuing to get things going, getting some catches in this game. And for Fleming so far, he has 4 catches, 73 yards. So that is a big play there, and he's one of the reasons Arkansas State has been driving all over this game thus far.
3 to his left, all receivers. Johnny Lang coming from right to left. He's going to take the fake, and then it goes back to Champ Flemings, who's been the man James Blackman has been looking for. He takes it up into the middle of the block O at the 50 for another 1st down.
And Blackman throwing 101 yards so far compared to CJ Stroud's 153. So only around 53 yards there, or 52, excuse me, in that difference. So for Champ Flemings, though, continuing to get in the connection, his 5th catch of the game with 84 yards.
Blackman making some moves at the line. He's got 2 receivers to his right and a double stack. Same thing on the left. Johnny Lang at his left hip. at the 50-yard line. He takes the first down snap, feeling the pressure. Now he's got to get rid of it, and he floats it out of bounds. Zach Harrison coming in hot, along with Ty Hamilton.
It's going to be personal foul for intentional grounding there for Blackman. So maybe that one gets called off.
That was a close call there, Zach. He just got out of the box, got lucky.
But the flag was down on the play. They must have taken that one back.
Blackman, he's got 3 receivers out there. Hands it off, or play action, excuse me, with the dump off to Stevenson. Good little tight end drag there. Stevenson takes it up and moves the chains for another first down. He was brought down by Cam Martinez.
So Arkansas State was right there on that, a long third down. And just like this, they continue to push for another first down yet again. So it's been time and time again of Arkansas State just grinding through, getting those little yards and getting those first downs time and time again. And for Ohio State's defense, they were great against Notre Dame. Nothing too bad to complain about here in this game, but still letting Arkansas State get them through.
Blackman back in the shotgun. Lang at his right. Hands it off to Lang. Lang scampering through, and he jumped up. Gets clipped by Ronnie Hickman, but Lang saw a lot of grass in front of him. He wanted to house that one, Zach, but instead, second down and short.
And he just tried to get the leg up so he wasn't tripped down, and if he would have been able to pull that off, it would have been a free touchdown for him. No one right behind him, but able to get that leg right there was Johnson, Jakelin Johnson for Ohio State, able to just trip him up and put him down.
Blackman out of the shotgun again. New running back in, that's Marcel Murray. Nothing there, and a jump ball. Cam Brown looking to jump in for that ball. Will Beagle, the intended receiver, almost had a pick. He wanted it. 3rd and 3 here. Buckeyes almost got the turnover to end this drive, but one more chance for the Red Wolves as the Buckeye faithful getting on their feet here. Blackman in the shotgun with Murray to his right. He's got 3 receivers to his left. Stevenson in, up on the line on the right side. Blackman looking out of the slot. That's Champ Fleming's, but a beautiful tackle by Ronnie Hickman. Doesn't allow him to get up the field. And that is gonna be a close marker spot. Arkansas State's gonna have a decision here, Zach. It looks like it's 4th and 1, maybe even less.
And looks like Arkansas State's gonna decide to continue to put their team out here. And I think that's the right call for them. Like I said, as the game was about to start off, they have nothing to lose here, put it all on the line. So 4th and 1 here for Arkansas State, looking to get something happening here. And we'll see if the Buckeyes can defend nicely on a 4th and 1.
Blackman looking like he might go under center for the first time, and no, he steps back out. He's in the shotgun with 2 receivers to his right, 2 tight ends, and Marcel Murray to his left. But we get the timeout here from, I assume, the Red Wolves. And it is the Red Wolves with their first timeout of this game.
You could hear that crowd. I mean, it was absolutely pumping on that 4th and 1. Maybe that's one of the reasons Arkansas State had to take that timeout there, as they haven't been in an atmosphere like this in a while, especially Ohio Stadium. We don't have the attendance numbers in this game thus far, but it is definitely packed in here, and that noise could definitely, maybe move their confidence, shatter it a little bit, so both teams are going to look at what the plays are going to be.
Well, Zach, they're going to take a timeout. We're going to take a quick break here as the Red Wolves will discuss it over. First timeout of the game for either team, 17-6. The Buckeyes lead, 7 minutes and 20 seconds to go. We'll be back shortly. We're listening to Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Back here for second quarter action. 7 minutes and 19 seconds to go in this 17-6 ball game where Ohio State leads by 11 but finds himself in an interesting position here. 4th and 1 for the Red Wolves. Just took the timeout. Coming out here in a new set. Still have James Blackman in the shotgun.
Here comes the crowd. They're getting loud yet again, trying to force Arkansas State to get a full start, and you can hear it. It is very, very loud in here.
At the 30, need to get past the 29. Blackman in the shotgun. Flemings in motion, he gets the handoff. Shooting up the gap is McAllister, but he misses him. Easy first down as he gets past the 15-yard line. Champ Flemings. Huge game here for the Red Wolves. Couple big catches there, big carry for the first down.
He continues to be the player of the game here for the Arkansas State Red Wolves. They put it all on the line on that 4th and 1. It paid off well for them. And another defensive error there by Ohio State, leaving Arkansas State all alone on that far side on the right. And that's going to cost the Buckeyes and Arkansas State another opportunity.
Trips left, but a handoff goes to Marcel Murray. He's wrapped up there. Looks like a gain of about 1 or 2 yards, depending on where the ref will spot it. Jack Sawyer made the play for the Buckeyes, the second-year defensive end from Pickerington, Ohio, one of the guys Jim Knowles is so excited about in some of these new positions on defense.
This is a very long drive here for Arkansas State, continuing to put things out at least over 6 minutes.
Out of the 2 tight end pistol, Blackman with Murray behind him, or Lang, excuse me, he hands it off, and Michael Hall shoots up the gap, the other lineman with him, but Michael Hall made the initial contact. It's finished off by Tuamalawa and Sawyer. The D-line starting to come alive on this set after this post-timeout, Zach.
And you saw the energy, especially from Michael Hall there, getting the crowd a little bit excited. And once the Buckeyes and their defense can start to have momentum, especially on something and a play like that, look for them to continue to tighten up here. That was a big play and a big confidence booster for this team and this defensive line.
Blackman, Lang to his left, 3 receivers out wide to his right on the left hash mark here at the 17-yard line. Blackman feeling the pressure but gets it off in time. Sliding play by Jeff Foreman, but it was behind him, and they're going to rule that incomplete.
So now, if you're a Buckeyes fan, it's finally the kicking team comes out here for Arkansas State. It was looking very close here, and it looks like they're going to go for another punt, looking to go 3 for 3 for the day. But for Ohio State, definitely not the drive they want to do defensively, and look for them to bounce back in the next time.
Dominic Zuvada, kicker who's been out for the first 2 field goals, going for his 3rd of this game. Kick is up and good.
So it's 3 for 3 again. So you could say in this game here, Jack, it's been Champ Flemings and the freshman Dominic Zavada, as the Buckeyes are now going to be 17-9 is the score here.
Arkansas State could have really made this a ball game here, not able to finish off either of these 2 last drives that went right up to the red zone. Stalled out. They'll take 17-9 the score here, though, with 5 minutes to go in this second quarter, Zach. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the Red Wolves will kick it off to the Buckeyes. You're listening to Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Back here in the second quarter at Ohio Stadium. The Buckeyes lead the Red Wolves 17-9 here. 5 minutes and 22 seconds to go in this second quarter, as number 47 for the Red Wolves, Tristan Matson, who's been the kickoff specialist today, the redshirt sophomore.
Chip Tranum to receive for Ohio State.
Chip Tranum looking to take this one back. It goes out of the end zone. It's been interesting seeing Chip Tranum out at running back. The running back turned linebacker has been taking some kickoffs for the Buckeyes, but we haven't seen him get one here today. But regardless, here comes C.J. Stroud and the Ohio State offense. Last time we saw them, went 3 and out just like that and had to punt off to the Red Wolves, which corresponded in their third consecutive field goal drive.
And Ohio State, yes, they've been allowing field goals for Arkansas State and no touchdowns, but still 3 field goals, not where they want to be, and it was not the drive they definitely wanted for Ohio State last time they had the offense, so look for them to get something done here.
Stroud under center for the first time today. He calls in everyone, including Marvin Harrison, who's the lead blocker on this handoff to Mayan Williams. And Mayan Williams breaks a couple tackles, and now he's making big moves up to the 50, where he's finally wrestled out of bounds. But a 20-plus yard gain for the Cincinnati, Ohio native.
And for Ohio State, that was C.J. Stroud deciding to push everyone in. That was a good call for him there, and able to get some breakage, and the tackle's able to push everything out and give Mayan Williams that break there and that hole to push through. And it was a good call for them and able to get some yards there, and that was a 25-yard gain.
Stroud out of the shotgun. Mayan Williams to his left. Play action. Looking deep down looking at the sticks, for Emeka Ibuka. And he's got him. He's wrestled down. Looks like they're going to give him about 7 yards.
So this is the drive for Ohio State. Just quickly after being back in their own zone, being able to push quickly out to Arkansas State's line.
Stroud, another play action. He's looking deep for Marvin Harrison, who's wide open for the 45-yard plus touchdown. He gives the OHIO his second touchdown of the day. Big big game here for Marvin Harrison Jr. 2 touchdowns and over 100 yards.
So Marvin Harrison Jr. with his second touchdown, 3rd of the season, looking really good in this game. And that was great for him to get going here. And that was a beautiful pass there by C.J. Stroud with a really far drive, having the great vision.
Noah Ruggles to get the Buckeyes up to 24. They're at 23-9 here with 4 minutes and 24 seconds to go. Kick is up and good. 3 touchdowns in this first half for the Buckeyes. On top of that, Noah Ruggles field goal. And with that, we are going to take a break here. Buckeyes striking over the top to increase the lead. 24-9 with 4 minutes to go in this second quarter. You're listening to Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. back at the shoe. 24-9, the Buckeyes leading the Red Wolves here with 4 minutes and 24 seconds to go in this second quarter. Stroud, 9 for 13, 203 yards and 2 touchdowns after that bomb to Marvin Harrison Jr. for his second 42-yard touchdown of the game. Yeah, that's right, folks. He has not one, but 2 exact 42-yard touchdowns. Fun little tidbit from this game so far. Still got 30 minutes of football after the half and 4 minutes to go in this second quarter. Arkansas State has played hard as Noah Ruggles with a uncharacteristic mistake here as his kickoff just sailed out of bounds at about the 9-8 yard line. So the Buckeyes defense ended that drive really strong, but they've given up some big plays. And now Noah Ruggles leaves them with no help there. Instead of starting at the 25-yard line, the Red Wolves will start at the 40. Or actually college, excuse me, Zach, 35-yard line.
Yeah, so it's going to be at the 35-yard line here of Arkansas State's own zone. And that's another penalty and things that aren't turning out here for the Buckeyes, self-inflicting wounds. We've seen them on both sides, and for the Buckeyes, just giving Arkansas State too much oxygen right now. And we'll see 3 field goals so far. Can they get a touchdown?
Blackman takes the snap and hands it off to Johnny Lang, rushing hard on the right side. Coming through strong for about a 6-yard gain. He's wrapped up by Zach Harrison. But
flag is on the play.
There is a flag out there in the backfield. I would expect a holding here as it came from that back judge behind the O-line. But they are discussing over it, so let's see what the refs rule.
It's going to be an interesting call here for the Ohio State Buckeyes. Is it going to be another penalty on their side where it's going to be another, foul and opportunity for the Red Wolves that the Buckeyes keep feeding the offense for the Red Wolves?
We have no announcement with the flag picked up. There it is.
So it's an offensive penalty.
Shot block, and we're seeing it here up on the big screen. Coming in on Harrison. He got chopped by, I think that was number 8, Kaheem Walland.
So an illegal
Walland,
block.
a receiver going up against the big boy Harrison, gave him the chop. So now a longer first down as they'll replay it. Out of the pistol, James Blackman, and he just drew off Jerron Cage with the offsides on the Buckeyes. So now going from 1st and 25 to 1st and 20.
So things keep moving around here, back and forth with some fouls. So things slowing down here with just over 4 minutes left in this second half as the ball keeps moving forward and back, as we have not yet to get a really big play here on this Arkansas State drive due to all these penalties.
So we've gone from the 35-yard line to the 20, now back up to the 25-yard line. To his right, Johnny Lang. In the shotgun is Blackman. Called Stevenson across the formation. Now Lang will shift from right to left. 2 receivers on the left side as they take this ball from the right hash, 25-yard line. Snap to Blackman, feeling some pressure, scrambling in the ball. He dropped the ball, or not, kind of popped up out of his hand, lost control of it as he was looking to scramble. Got to fall on top of it. Second down here.
Yeah, so he rushed it. He went through, which, James Blackman has done in the past for Arkansas State. He rushed 11 yards last game, but that one pops up, he bobbles it, and everyone at Ohio State on their line were looking for the possible, possession change there, but Blackman able to continue it.
We haven't seen James Blackman use the dual threat that he has until there, and it didn't really do much for him. We'll shift out here to the left. Screen pass going to number 11, Adam Jones, and a missed tackle there by the Buckeyes. He's able to push this all the way up for a big first down gain. Tackle was missed by Cam Brown. Now up at the 49-yard line come the Red Wolves here, approaching 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go in this quarter. Blackman setting up in the shotgun with 2 receivers to his right. Lang at his left hip, his tight end off the line. And then Will Beagle at the 50 from the left hash. Hand it off to Johnny Lang, trying to make a move, but Ronnie Hickman tackles him after about a 4-yard gain. So 2nd and 6.
And there, Adam Jones had that 25-yard catch. He had 14 yards received last game from Knoxville, Tennessee, as he was a transfer from Central Michigan. So there, Johnny Lane continuing to get things through. We haven't seen Champ Flemings in this drive to get anything going. He's been their star in this forward offensive.
Blackman with Lang to his left. Tight end and a receiver far out on his right. 2 receivers to the left. That's what he's looking at. There's Champ Flemings. Got him open, tried to stop and go, but he's tackled at the 40. He's going to be about a yard short of the first. So another 3rd and 1 here from the 39-yard line, which is what we saw exactly 1 drive ago.
And Arkansas State has been good on these 3rd downs as they're continuing to get things down. As Arkansas State on their...
Blackman gets subbed out here for A.J. Maeir, who's a little bit more of a rusher than Blackman.
He had 74 yards rushed for 1 touchdown last game for scrambling.
Tight end to his left, Johnny Lang, or Marcel Murray coming across the right. It's a QB draw. The Buckeyes were in there. That was Eichenberg, but he only needed a yard. Did he get anything? Eichenberg shot that gap well.
A.J. Maeir on the carry.
And Maeir looks like he might have been short.
It does look like he was short. And another thing that happened there on that play was J.K. Johnson was getting into it with some defensive players there for Arkansas State. He was, pushing and shoving back and forth. So that was an interesting call. And, to switch to put A.J. Maeir there for Arkansas State, they knew exactly what was going to happen. It was a last-minute substitution, so Ohio State wasn't able to get ready for that one there, Jack. But as soon as you knew A.J. Maeir was coming in, he's there to rush, and that is exactly what he did. But again, it does not look like they are going to get it, but it's going to be a 4th and 1. Arkansas State already converting on one of those. It looks like they probably will go for another one during the timeout.
Well, with that timeout, Zach, the Buckeyes use their first, wanting to look over this 4th and 1. 57 seconds to go here. What a great play by Tommy Eichenberg there. Shot the gap on the A.J. Maeir draw. They brought in the backup quarterback for that play. Blackman will come back out. Blackman, as I said, has a little bit of dual threat, not as much as Maeir, as he had 2 touchdowns throwing and 2 touchdowns on the ground last week. Now 4th and 1 with Lang to his left side. He's looking for one of his receivers on the right, but the pressure's coming, and they got him! Michael Hall, again making a big play from the defensive tackle spot. He shot right up the middle and gets his 2nd sack of the season.
Michael Hall, that was an unbelievable play by Ohio State, and their defense getting another momentum booster there, Jack. As we look at this play, he's able to come in right on from the right side and just drilling Blackman down. I'm very surprised that they actually didn't decide to put A.J. Maeir there, and again, just to try and rush it, even though it didn't work on that 3rd down. So for Ohio State, finally able to hold Arkansas State from that getting a field goal, as they are now going to have to punt it. And a great defensive drive here for the Ohio State Buckeyes, clicking again.
Stroud here quickly, 51 seconds, a dump off to Mayan Williams. He's not going to be able to get out of bounds. Buckeyes will take a timeout there. 44 seconds to go.
And so starting to look at this half here, Jack. 24-9 for the Ohio State Buckeyes. Not where I think everyone expected it to be in this game so far, but if you're the Ohio State Buckeyes, you definitely have to be happy with how things are starting to trend at the end of this quarter. I think especially that defensive drive for Ohio State and that big sack, definitely where they want to be. And we'll see, they have around 44 seconds if they're able to get something done here. The offense has looked good for the Ohio State Buckeyes so far in this game, and there's a bunch of student athletes waiting on the side, waiting to get their opportunity to come on the field as well.
44 seconds to go. That Mayan Williams screen to the right side got the Buckeyes 1. They have 1 timeout left here. 2 timeouts left for the Red Wolves, but we don't expect them to use these here. Stroud with Mayan to his right, Harrison in the slot to the right, 3 receivers to the left. Looking to push down the field for Emeka Ibuka. Red Wolves don't think he caught it. That sideline adamant. He didn't get it, but the head judge will give it to him. And we're going to get a clock stoppage here, 29 seconds to go. Will this be a replay?
The referees are discussing if that's going to happen. And it looks like we may get one, as it looks like it possibly hit the ground there.
Looking at the Jumbotron, that's pretty close, Zach.
So it looks like they are ruling that as a first down. And the clock coming down. But now they're going to review it. So look, they kept discussing it there, Jack. Were they going to review it? Were they not? What was the time looking like? But ultimately, they settled on a few things. 39 seconds if it becomes that first down. But as we looked at the replay there, Jack, it did look really close. Emeka Ibuka was down on the floor with his knees down, arms right over the grass. So the question is, did it go right into his hands, or did it go off into the grass, the turf, and scoop right back in? It's going to be a really close one. It looked like that was going to be, but just with around 39 seconds here, slowing things down for both teams. And for Arkansas State, why wouldn't they make a, not necessarily a fuss, but argue this play? Again, they're looking good right now, a lot better than where people expected them to be. It's still, a much closer game, again, than people expected. So this could be a big play for them if they can hold it back and not let Ohio State get anything on the board at the end of this half. They're looking much better going into the second half.
Yeah, that's a tough call there, Zach, because it looked like the ball hit the ground. And I don't expect this to go the Buckeyes' way here, but
yeah,
they're still going to have 39 seconds from the old spot with 1 timeout. So only 5 seconds coming off the clock if this is ruled incomplete as we expect it to be.
And again, the ruling on the field was that it was a complete pass. So they're going to have conclusive evidence depending on where those camera angles were. Could they get one right in front of Ibuka, or was it behind him? So it does look like they are moving the penalty or the first down markers all the way back. So it does look like this is not going to be in the Buckeyes' favor, and it's going to be ball pushed back to where it originally was.
So back to the 48-yard line.
Did touch the ground.
Official call there by the referee is what we expected. So back to the 48 go the Buckeyes. It's going to be second down is what it should be. Or no, 3rd and 9, excuse me. That's what we're going back to. They hadn't shifted it, the stick there all the way over. So yes, 3rd and 9 from the 48. So I forgot about that 1-yard Mayan screen.
That was the right call there, I think. The officials having to make sure they got that one right. And now it could be a big play here for Arkansas State if they can hold off Ohio State on this 3rd down.
Cade Stover shifting over left to right. Mayan to CJ's left. Pressure coming in. CJ rolling to his left. Got to come across his body. He's going to run this out of bounds, and he's tackled out of bounds. The crowd wanting that late hit.
We're getting some pushing and shoving, some possible punches thrown right in Arkansas State's end zone and area, as on their sideline there were some punches being thrown on both sides, the officials having to step in there.
This has been a very physical game here. These teams clearly not liking each other, as the guys, linebackers for the Red Wolves, pushing Stroud out. You've seen it on some of these kickoffs. Guys have been hitting each other after the whistle. Nothing a ref would blow in for, like that Xavier Johnson unnecessary roughness call during Marvin Harrison's first touchdown. But the beef has been there for both these teams, as Mirko will get sent to punt here with 31 seconds to go. Buckeyes taking the safe way. Mirko with a beautiful punt that sticks right up at the 2 and is caught down by Josh Proctor. Proctor downing it at the 2-yard line. Beautiful punt by Jesse Mirko.
And Jaden Ballard He was right there as that one going far, but it actually was Josh Proctor who held that ball, and he was holding it right on that 1 yard line, and Jaden Ballard pushed him so he didn't get into that end zone there, Jack. He pushed him right out to hold it right at that 1 yard line. So 21 seconds here for Arkansas State, but they're definitely going to have their hands full with what would need to be a 99-yard drive to get something going.
Blackman has Johnny Lang to his left, comes up to yell at his O-line as he sees something out there. They're backed in heavy. Stevenson coming across left to right for the cutback block. Handoff to Lang. Buckeyes meeting him up there. Lathan Ransom leading the charge there for the Buckeyes. I think Teron Vincent was in there as well. Clock ticking. 5, 4, 3, 2, and then 1. That is the first half here. The Buckeyes leading this one 24-9 after 30 minutes of action. Zach, any closing thoughts for this first half?
I think both teams showing out well. Arkansas State definitely putting on a show with 9 points so far for what a lot of people didn't expect them to have. I think Champ Flemings has looked great for Arkansas State. And for Ohio State, their offense was looking great in that first half, or that first quarter, excuse me. Things start to slow down in that second one. So let's see. I think they're going to try and put C.J. Stroud and a lot of the offensive players there for Ohio State, at least in that third quarter first, to try and get them to feel good about something before pulling them out of the game.
Well, great first half as the Buckeyes up 24-9. Zach will be taking over the play-by-play calls for the second half. You'll be hearing from Coby and Caleb at the halftime, but we're going to take a quick break. You're listening to Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio's coverage of Ohio State football. Buckeyes up 24-9. We'll see you at the after the end of the half.
Welcome back to Ohio Stadium. My name is Coby Maeir alongside Caleb Spinner here for Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Ohio State 24, Arkansas State 9 as we head to halftime. And Ohio State, I just want to bring up some nuggets for you here. For their first 2 games last year, they allowed a combined 28 points heading into the first 2 halftimes. This year, just 19. They allowed 10 points before halftime last week as Notre Dame didn't score in the second half, and now the 3 Arkansas State field goals. Caleb, what have been your observations throughout this first half so far?
Well, first off, Ohio State, the offense got off and they started out right out the rip. That's something you wanted to see after Notre Dame having to wait until the second half to see Ohio State's offense in full swing. Now getting to see it go from the opening kickoff has been a great breath of relief, or a sigh of relief for Ohio State fans. But also looking at Arkansas State, they came in, they knew they're the underdogs, they knew they were outmatched by Ohio State on paper, and they came in and they've played a pretty solid game. They've had some of those big shots, over 100 yards passing through the first half. They're playing as well as they could have hoped right now. It's just Ohio State is hitting their stride.
Yeah, let's just get you a breakdown of the numbers right now for Ohio State. 299 total yards, 204 of those coming from the arm of C.J. Stroud. 95 rushing yards, 5 penalties that went for 55 yards. And for Arkansas, 182 total yards, 155 passing yards, 27 rushing yards, and 48 penalty yards. Let's take you around the country for a scoreboard. Number 1, Alabama traveled to Austin, Texas to play the unranked Longhorns. Both teams have 10 at halftime, but Texas starting quarterback and former Ohio State quarterback Quinn Ewers unfortunately exited the game with an injury. Number 23, Wake Forest is up by 11 at Vanderbilt, 21-10. Miami leads Southern Miss 10-7 at half. Arkansas leads South Carolina 21-9. And Utah leads Southern Utah 7-0. Let's check on our friends around the Big Ten and see what they're up to. Penn State leads Ohio 17-9 as they get closer to halftime. Duke leads Northwestern 21-10 at the half. Minnesota leads Western Illinois 31-3. Those are all the games for now. Michigan takes on Hawaii at 8 o'clock tonight. Caleb, I want to ask you about the defense because there were some breakdowns throughout the half, especially in the secondary. Do you think that's something that Arkansas State was doing well, or is it something that Ohio State needs to work on for the second half?
I think it's a little bit of both. I mean, you saw a few times where Denzel Burke on that far side let a few things slip past him, and then they came in with a new look with J.K. Johnson coming in and filling up some of that time in the secondary. So some of it, I think, was a look they hadn't seen before. Again, this is the first time that these two teams have ever matched up against each other. So maybe Arkansas State was coming in with some stuff that Ohio State hadn't seen. Perhaps Denzel Burke was just, off his game for a half, as we know sometimes players can be. Perhaps it's a blend of both there, but definitely it looked towards the end of that Ohio State was back in their groove compared to how they started at that secondary.
And I'm going to be kicking myself for not starting off this halftime show with 2 words. Michael Hall.
Michael Hall.
He has
third
been,
one, Junior.
Right, Michael Hall Jr. He has been absolutely incredible, not just today, but last week against Notre Dame as well. Ohio State over the past couple years, they've lost a lot of players to the NFL, like Haskell Garrett and Tommy Togiai playing that nose tackle / D tackle, and he's just been a complete game breaker and a game wrecker thus far today.
It's an annual tradition. You come into an Ohio State football season, you've got the players you know to watch circled, and then there's always 1 or 2 who you didn't plan on being big factors in this season who come in under the radar and just blow out all expectations. Mike Hall Jr. is one. Tommy Eichenberg is one of those circle guys, but I don't think we expected him to be this big a factor, especially with the defense being this big a deciding factor through the first 2 weeks. So he's one of those guys as well that we've been watching just fly all over the field and completely disrupt James Blackman in the backfield for Arkansas State.
Exactly. Michael Hall's got a tackle for loss and a sack that make up his 2 total tackles for today. Any other thoughts on this first half so far? How about the play of Marvin Harrison Jr.? We were talking about pregame, Julian Fleming out, Jackson Smith and Jigba out. Who's going to step up? And just like when Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave did not play in the Rose Bowl, Marvin Harrison Jr. scored 3 touchdowns, and he's got a pair already here in this first half.
So Marvin Harrison Jr., of course, he's fantastic. When you're playing a game without Jackson Smith and Jigba and Julian Fleming, the 2 most touted receivers, I believe, in this lineup, there's always some concern, and we talked about it in the pregame. Who's going to step up? Are the young guys going to step up and carry on what we saw last week in Notre Dame? They have been in droves. Xavier Johnson getting a few touches, Emeka Egbuka getting a few touches. Marvin Harrison Jr. has been the leader of that group. But the other thing to watch is C.J. Stroud. He played that full first half. Chances are we won't see him after the half. It looks like it'll be a comfortable enough lead to where Ohio State can put him on the bench and bring in Kyle McCord. But I would watch that quarterback position just to see how long McCord stays in. If he's able to get hot, do we see Devin Brown by the end of this thing? I think that's the position you watch going into the second half.
Absolutely. And just to add, Marvin Harrison probably should have had 3 touchdowns in that first half.
He should have.
Where I'm not playing referee. I don't want to get fined for saying anything wrong, but he could have had 3 touchdowns. That's all I'll say. But
we're all humans. We're not all perfect.
Right. Oh, trust me. I know that better than anybody. So, I think they played. There's room for improvement. Let's just put it that way.
Sure.
But to have a 15-point lead at halftime where, one of the drives that Arkansas State had was fueled by a penalty that, you'd rather not take. But all in all, Ohio State 24, Arkansas State 9. For Caleb Spinner, my name is Coby Maeir. That's it for us today on the radio. You'll catch us on the field after the game. Thank you so much for listening. Enjoy the second half with Zachary Rodier and Jack Murphy.
And live from a sunny Columbus, Ohio on the beautiful Ohio State campus, it's an NCAA football matchup between the third-ranked Ohio State Buckeyes and the Arkansas State Red Wolves here at Ohio Stadium. My name's Zachary Rodier. Alongside me is Jack Murphy, and welcome to all of those listening on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio and on SGSR TV. Entering the second half between the Ohio State Buckeyes and the Red Wolves, 24-9 for Ohio State. And Jack, a game that had a lot of different swings and emotions. What were your thoughts from the first half?
Yeah, I think the Buckeyes obviously got some big plays going on offense. CJ Stroud, his 204 yards was his final total, 10 for 15, 2 tutties. I just thought a big thing was obviously both squads had some ill-advised penalties. And then I just thought for Ohio State, a big thing has just been a little inconsistency on the line of scrimmage. The O-line in pass pro just kind of seems like they've struggled some balls that Stroud has had to work a little harder for. He's been pressured, hasn't been able to get it off as clean as he wanted to. The D-line pressure, besides Mike Hall, just kind of seems to be a little all over the place in terms of consistency. And actually just a bigger thing too is 2 of those drives for Arkansas State where they ended with field goals. One of them, 2 big penalties by Denzel Burke. And then the other one, he gave up that 58-yard completion to Champ Fleming. So if Ohio State's defense kind of settle in here, Zach, I'd expect them to run away with this game handedly.
So the Buckeyes are going to receive after they won the coin toss. So they're going to be able to get their offense clicking right away. So we'll see how the consistency goes here for the Ohio State Buckeyes. They're going to look, Jack, I think to get everything going and feel good, they're not going to pull out their starters until things start to click. And, of course, Coach Ryan Day sees that this team can end this game on a good note.
Yeah, and as we talked about in pregame, this is a game where you're going to get your depth out. We heard Coby talk about it earlier. This is football. Injuries happen. In games like this, yeah, you're playing CJ Stroud and these guys, you want to run it up to 60-0 and take them out. But that's just not how it works in football. Guys are going to get hurt like Jackson Smith and Jigba not playing in this game, Julian Fleming. You want to get guys like Xavier Johnson, Jaden Ballard, their reps, Emeka Ibuka. So we'll see how it goes here as the Buckeyes are going to start with the ball, Zach.
And it looks like it's going to be possibly Chip Trainin here who's going to get the receiving, but it's going to be a touchback going way into the band area. So for a touchback, so it's going to be the Buckeyes on the 25-yard line to start this second half.
Crowd cheering on the band guy who got hit, Zach. Loud crowd response for them, Buckeye Nation.
And so they decide not to put Ibuka there, which was an interesting call. Maybe they try and put Trainin to try and get a lot of people some different reps, especially in the second half, which I think we're going to see a lot of new and different names here in this half. What do you think, Jack?
Well, we did see Tripp try to take some kickoffs back, but yeah, like we see, Buckeyes going to use their depth.
So the Buckeyes and CJ Stroud on the 25-yard line, 1st and 10, 2 receivers on the right. They're able to give it off to Trevion Henderson, and it's pushed off on the other way for CJ Stroud, able to get it to Ibuka. He's on the 50, on the 40, on the 45, trying to get to the 30, and he's just short. So on the 31 for the Ohio State Buckeyes, it's Ibuka, as it looked like it was going off to Trevion Henderson, but CJ Stroud took it the other way and was able to get it off to Ibuka there in a quick drive quickly for the Buckeyes in the second half here, Jack.
Brilliant play there by the Buckeyes. Brilliant play call. Push everything left. Hard fake by Stroud. Rolls out right. He had a couple guys open, but Emeka was the one the longest. Big play.
Mine Williams will be right behind Stroud. He has got 2 receivers. He gives it off to Williams. Williams on the 30, pushing through, and right around the 25-yard line, he got a few more as he pushes through. And it was Trevion Henderson that got it through, so the Buckeyes getting another opportunity, and it's going to look like it's going to be 2nd and 2 as the Buckeyes continuing to put pressure early in this second half.
Tough run by Trevion there. Way to lower the shoulder and get what you can get.
So CJ Stroud's going to take it again. He has 2 receivers on his left. Trevion Henderson behind him as he waits for the snap from Whippler. He hands it off to Henderson. Henderson looking through. He's on the 10, the 5. Touchdown, Buckeyes! Trevion Henderson gets the rush and quickly for his 2nd touchdown of the game. And the Buckeyes now go up 30-9, and a quick drive with less than 2 minutes into this second half here, Jack.
Well, just what a brilliant call there by Ryan Day, and just a brilliant run by Travion. The way he exploded through that. They got up there, ran it out of the pistol, quick handoff, following behind his right tackle, DeJuan Jones, and his right tight end, G. Scott Jr. The two of them just mauled their guys, and Henderson just exploded through that hole. No one was touching him.
Hill Ruckles for the extra point, and he gets it. So it's 31-9 at 13:40 in this third quarter. So the Buckeyes with a quick drive with 1 minute and 20 seconds of play. 3 plays, 75 yards for the touchdown. It was a 23-yard running touchdown for Travion Henderson. So quickly for his second touchdown in this game, as he now gets 84 yards. So continuing to get up in those numbers in this second half.
Yeah, just a great call there. Again, as I said, Ohio State finally trying to get those hard-nosed runs. I mean, it's one thing when you go under center, but out of the pistol, you get the tight end involved. You could really do some ground and pound football there, Zach, and that's what we saw out of the Bucks.
So the Buckeyes are up 31-9 at 13:40 in this third quarter. We'll take a quick break here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio and SGSR TV. And welcome back to Ohio Stadium, celebrating 100 years as the Buckeyes are up 31-9, 13:40 in this second half. And a quick start here for the Buckeyes, Jack.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do on defense here, as it kind of was an interesting finish. Big plays to hold them to a field goal, and then nothing on the last two drives for the Red Wolves. But we saw them move the ball, Zach, cash in on a couple penalties. So let's see where this Buckeyes defense is at as we get ready for this first drive.
So it's punted all the way back, and bringing it is Arkansas State, as right at the 15, he's tackled down. And it's the looks of Johnny Lang being put down there for Arkansas State.
Great cover there by the Buckeyes. They swarmed really well to that ball, stopped them at the 15-yard line.
So for Ohio State, they're able to get the ball there. Put down right near the 16. So Arkansas State going to get some opportunity here to get things going. Lang getting a 21-yard return there. So Blackman's going to get ready here for Arkansas State. He has a receiver on his left and right. And the other one put there, it's Johnny Lang, who's given the ball, and the Buckeyes able to push him all the way back to the 10-yard line. They keep pushing, and it's going to be whistled down. And for Ohio State, it was a great play, and trying to push that one down was Zach Harrison for the Buckeyes.
Yeah, great push up front there. Mike Hall, the guy leading that charge there. All of them, JT Harrison getting in on that tackle. Great play.
So Blackman is going to take it again with Lang right on his left side. 2 receivers on the left, 1 on the right for the Arkansas State Red Wolves. Lang waits for the snap as Blackman getting pressured by the Buckeyes and pushing it off. And a quick tackle for Ohio State. It's Champ Flemings who gets the catch. But nonetheless, the tackle for Ohio State Buckeyes, and it's quickly 3rd down for Arkansas State.
That was a great read there by Denzel Burke on the screen play to Champ Flemings. He shot up, made a great tackle there. That's a great confidence booster for Burke.
So 3rd and 13 on Arkansas's own 13-yard line. Blackman looking for it, and it looks like it's going to be a possible false start. What do you see here, Jack?
Well, so Harrison on the left side for the Buckeyes. Yeah, they're going to call Harrison for it because Harrison made 57, Robert Holmes, right tackle. He responded to Harrison, and it wasn't as good as you usually see linemen. When a guy jumps across the line, kind of stick his arms up, he kind of just pointed at him. He's lucky the ref gave him the call, but it's the right call.
So it's an offside there. So still 3rd down as Arkansas State and Blackman looking to get for it now. Blackman able to get it. He's getting sacked, and he is sacked by the Ohio State Buckeyes, and Steele Chambers gets that one. And Arkansas State, with their first drive of this half, are going to have to punt. A beautiful sack and defensive play there by Steele Chambers.
Yeah, that looked easy, huh? Buckeyes bring 6, and Chambers is the one untouched, and he was the guy right up the middle. Center and right guard miscommunicate there. Steele gets a free sack, walked right in. Buckeyes are gonna have a good chance to get some field position here as Emeka is waiting at the 50 for this ball, Zach. We'll see how this, see if they can put a good punt on this, Ryan Hansen.
So Ryan Hansen will take it. Emeka Buka right at the Buckeyes logo, like you said, on the block O, as the ball goes up. And Emeka Buka walking back, looking for the fair catch right at the 40-yard line. Exactly on it, as that one will be whistled down. And for the Buckeyes, their offense will get another opportunity to continue this 31-9 lead for Ohio State, 11-12 in this 3rd quarter. We're going to take a quick break here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio and SGSR TV, and we'll be back for more action. Ohio State University, Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio, the official student radio of Ohio State Athletics. Welcome back to Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Zachary Rodier alongside Jack Murphy here as the Buckeyes up 31-9 in this 2nd half in what is the first matchup ever between the Arkansas State Red Wolves of the Sun Belt Conference and the Buckeyes of the Big Ten. So the Buckeyes are going to go on the offense here after what was a big sack by Steele Chambers. So CJ Stroud still on here for the Ohio State Buckeyes. And he's going to have 2 receivers on his right. And tight end on his left as well. As C.J. Stroud able to get it, putting off to Marvin Harrison Jr. around the 50-yard line. So still short of that first down, but quickly the Buckeyes continuing to pass.
Yeah, great zig route there, in and out by Marvin Harrison, got himself open, allowed himself to do a little action after the catch. Not for much, but solid play.
So it's going to be 2nd and 2. C.J. Stroud's going to have 2 receivers on his right, 1 on his left. As Whippler's going to give him the ball, he hands it off to Mayan Williams. Williams getting in pressure, but it's back off to C.J. Stroud. It's off to Abuka on the 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Emeka Abuka for the Buckeyes. And quickly, the Buckeyes are able to go up yet again on the score, 37-9. And it looked like it was going to go off to Mayan Williams, and C.J. Stroud fooled the defense for Arkansas State. And Emeka Abuka gets another one.
Yeah, fooled us up here in the booth too. Great play action call to Mayan Williams, but Stroud with the pull. And Emeka Abuka just wide open up the gut there, right up the middle. He's able to loft it in. Tough communication there for the Red Wolves, allowing that big play.
And Noah Reckles gets the extra point to make it 38-9 at 10:30 in this third quarter. And that was, Jack, a 51-yard throw for C.J. Stroud and Emeka Abuka. So an amazing play there, and for C.J. Stroud now throwing 307 yards on the day, much better than last week.
Yeah, and I mean, free touchdown there. I mean, yeah, brilliant play, great flake there. Just kind of watching this replay. Just a bad miscommunication by the safeties there. Jordan Carmouche, who's the linebacker, was the closest guy to Emeka there. The safeties let him split through. No one put an eye on him in the slot, and he's just able to slip in, Zach, for an easy 50-yard touchdown.
And Emeka Abuka and C.J. Stroud fooled everyone. I saw it there too. It looked like it was going to go off to Mayan Williams, and quickly I saw that opening, and it was quickly put off to Emeka Abuka. So we're going to take a quick break yet again here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio and SGSR TV, and we will be right back. It's the Buckeyes 38 to Arkansas State's 9 here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio, the official. And welcome back to Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio and SGSR TV. Zachary Rodier alongside me is Jack Murphy. 38-9 for the Buckeyes. And 10:30 left in the second half. So already quickly the Buckeyes breaking up the offense much better than they did in that first half, Jack.
Yeah, Ohio State's offense finally getting some big plays going here. Really solid drive, that first one that ended with the Travion Henderson touchdown. O-line starting to get real good push here. And then that brilliant play fake. I mean, they had a short field, only had 60 yards to go, and they got 51 of them on one play to Emeka Abuka. But Zach, I'm really interested to see what the defense can do here. They really need a 3 and out. It just seems like they are the ones that keep making a mistake or two that leave leave Arkansas State on the field.
It's kicked off there to Johnny Lang as he pushes through. It's on the 26-yard line, and it was Jaden Fielding, the kicker for Ohio State from League City, Texas. that gets that kickoff. So letting some other players get some reps in here. Jack, as the Buckeyes are going to put their defensive line here against Arkansas State.
And we'll see here if Ohio State's going to dial up some pressure that worked for them on the last drive.
So it's going to be James Blackman, the South Bay, Florida native for Arkansas State. He has 2 receivers to his left, 1 to his right. And it's dropped right off the snap. And it's bobbled, so James Blackman will have to hold that one and just go down on the 25-yard line as a miscommunication there for the Red Wolves. And it cost them what could have been a great play. And Jack, Arkansas State got very lucky there. It's going to be a 2nd down and 11.
Yeah, I'm shocked we're not showing a replay here. I think that just the center hit himself on coming through on the snap, and because it just didn't get to Blackman.
And that's Ethan Miner, Connecticut native, and a flag goes down on the play, looking like it's going to be an offsides for Ohio State. So another defensive penalty here for the Buckeyes.
Sawyer does exactly what Zach Harrison just did. Zach Harrison did it last drive to the right tackle, Robert Holmes. Sawyer does it to McCooleen Thomas, the redshirt freshman starting at left tackle for the Red Wolves. Same thing, jumped that, bought that snap early, lineman caught him.
So another wound here for the Buckeyes on their defensive side, 2nd and 6. 2 receivers on the left for Blackman, 1 on the right. And he hands it off to Johnny Lang. Johnny Lang going through right on the 30-yard line, being pushed back by the Ohio State linebackers. And it's going to be 3rd down now. And it looked like possibly still Chambers getting a hand on that one.
Yeah, that's how you shoot a gap. Chambers, Eichenberg, and Proctor from the safety spot all in on that one. Or excuse me, Cody Simon instead of Steele Chambers. Good play there by the linebackers and the safeties shooting the gap well.
So it's 3rd down and 5 for Blackman and Arkansas State. 1 receiver to his right, everyone else is pushing forward. Blackman getting pressure, trying to put it through, but it's dropped in an incomplete pass as it was intended to Jeff Foreman, the Oklahoma City native. But it does not go through to the Buckeyes, and it looks like we do have a player down for Ohio State as the trainer's quickly running forward.
That's either, I think that's Mike Hall, which would be, yep, Tyleek. My other guess was Tyleek. It's at 1, and that's Michael Hall as Tyleek walks off the field. That could be devastating for the Ohio State Buckeyes.
And Michael Hall, who had 4 tackles and 1 sack last game, is having himself a game in this one as well. So he flips over to his back. Looked like he was in some pain. And there is going to be a timeout on the field as the trainers in between the 20 and 25-yard lines. So we're going to take a quick break here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio for an injury timeout, as it is 38-9 for the Ohio State Buckeyes, 4th and 5 at 8:58 in this 2nd half. Welcome back to Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio after the Mike Hall injury, as he is taken off the field. He'll get tended to. We are back after some fan action on the field as well. 38-9, 4th and 5 for Arkansas State, so they are going to possibly kick it here. And it looks like it will be Ryan Hansen. 8:58 in this third quarter. Here at Ohio Stadium, Zachary Rodier alongside me is Jack Murphy. And it's going to be punted off and go up. Emeka Buka trying to receive there at the 20-yard line. A flag is put down on the play, as it was going to be put as a fair catch. And some physicality and some talks there between the teams. These things will get whistled down. We'll hear what the officials have to say here, Jack.
Trevion Thomas and then Jotson Dunn for the Buckeyes got into it. They were up in each other's grill with Xavier Johnson also in that situation, kind of trying to see what these refs could be thinking here. And it's either a block in the back. I think it's most likely a block in the back here. That's kind of where it looked like Jotson Dunn had pushed Trevion Thomas down the field a little bit from behind, and then they both ended up on the ground. He didn't like that.
So it's a personal foul for the kicking team.
So they end up giving it to Trevion Thomas instead. I thought it would be a block in the back. That's how they went down, Zach, but it looks like they're going to get Trevion Thomas for starting something with Dunn. That's going to be 15 yards.
And then also said a personal foul for Ohio State as well. So possibly those two fouls canceling each other out. Nonetheless, the Ohio State Buckeyes offense is going to come out here. And it looks like C.J. Stroud still here for the Buckeyes. And he will have one receiver to his right, two to his left. C.J. Stroud going to take the snap from Whippler. It's off to Mayan Williams. Mayan Williams still trying to plow through, push through, and it's at the 35-yard line. And the Buckeyes gaining a few yards there.
Great wrap up there by Bennett. Kavion Bennett, the outside linebacker / D-end for this Red Bulls squad, led them in sacks last year. Great play.
So actually pushed back to 2nd and 11, trying to get it off there to Mayan Williams to rush it, but it hits the ground, so incomplete pass. So now it's going to be 3rd and 11 here for the Ohio State Buckeyes.
Tough call there, Zach. It was a quick triplet over there to Mayan Williams' screen, but low throw by C.J. Stroud. Interesting decision there. The Buckeyes just looked so good pushing the ball down the field. With all their receivers, I was just intrigued there. They decided to go with the screen.
So C.J. Stroud going to take it. Mayan Williams on his right. Emeka Buka on the right. Two receivers on the left. Xavier Johnson in the slot. Whippler's able to give it off to him. C.J. Stroud looking for it, getting pressured for the possible sack, and he is. C.J. Stroud sacked behind the line of scrimmage for Arkansas State. And a nice defensive play there for their squad. And so the Buckeyes are going to have to switch to their kicking team.
Yeah, Stroud held on to it a little too long. Pocket collapse all around him. Didn't see that guy on his blind side. And that's who got him.
It was Jaden Harris and Thurman Geathers. So now Jesse Mirko will have to punt here for Ohio State. He lifts it up, and it goes all the way down near the 20-yard line, and quickly going earlier to the 30 as the Buckeyes trying to put it off there. Johnny Lang, who was receiving for Arkansas State, wasn't able to get there because it went way shorter than much expected. Not the best putt there for Jesse Mirko, Jack, but nonetheless, the Buckeyes going to get their defensive line back and possibly without Mike Hall.
Yeah, not enough leg on it from Mirko. Probably wanted to see a little more. Tough bounce, though, too. Hit at the 29 and just stuck up there, which, you know, when it does that, when it's that perfect golf chip, the ball kind of just chips up When you do it at the 3-yard line, you're a hero, but a little short at the 29.
So James Blackman is going to take it here for Arkansas State. He's got a receiver to his left and right. With Stevenson in the middle. Pressure here by Blackman. He fires it up high, and that one's going to go way out of bounds, closer to the 45-yard line. So an incomplete pass. So 2nd and 10. Ball on Arkansas State's 29.
Good drop coverage there by the Buckeyes. Not much coming home until that end there where looked like Sawyer or Eichenberg, as they both have similar numbers. One of them got in there to force that long incompletion, but there was the Buckeyes coverage there that led to that.
Blackman's going to take the snap. 2 receivers to his right, 1 to his left. Johnny Lang to his right. He gets the snap off, able to hang it off to Lang. Lang's on the 35, 40, getting the first down, and he's tackled right out of bounds. And for Johnny Lang, getting the first down for the Red Wolves. And a play there that the Buckeyes couldn't be happy about.
Yeah, it's like no one went over and kind of shifted, even though they've been running a lot of play fakes and actions. Kind of looked like a basic sweep left, and the Buckeyes just, no one went with them.
So 12-yard gain to the 41-yard line. 1st and 10 for the Arkansas Red Wolves. A-State wins it and gets the snap. Looking for a pass there, and he's able to get it on the 45-yard line. And that is going to go off for Arkansas State to Reagan Ely.
Good route there by Ely. Interesting that coverage came on J.K. Johnson, 2nd-year corner, who's been getting a lot of work here in the last couple quarters, Zach.
So Blackman has 3 receivers now to his left. He gets the snap off to Lang. Lang trying to push through, off near the 40-yard line, and the Buckeyes will now tackle him and push in front. And still short of that first down. So it's going to be 2nd and 3.
Buckeyes looked like they were in there, Zach, but Marcel Murray just dropped the hammer. Really laid down the shoulder on Tommy Eichenberg there to lean forward for a couple extra yards. That's a tough 7-yard run.
So like you said, a 7-yard gain here for the A-State Red Wolves. Blackman will look for 2 receivers to his right, 1 to his left. Gives it off to Lang yet again. Lang getting pushed back to the 45-yard line, and the Buckeyes pushing back behind the line of scrimmage to the 3rd down. And a great tackle there for Ohio State. And it's going to be 3rd and 8.
Good breakthrough there by Ty Hamilton. Wasn't able to wrap him up, but the rest of the Buckeyes able to collapse in on him after, but good initial pressure by Ty Hamilton.
So the play is 3rd and 8. Arkansas State gonna snap it near the 45-yard line. 2 receivers to his right, 1 to his left is Blackman. Blackman looking for it, trying to pass it off there. He's able to get the catch off to Flemings. Flemings pushing through closer to the 30-yard line. So it looks like Arkansas State will get the first down, and they do. So Champ Flemings continuing his day to over 90 yards in what has been possibly a career game for him.
Champ Fleming's having a great day, and it's mostly been on Denzel Burke. Denzel should have made that tackle there, but Fleming put the sauce spin on him, able to wiggle free for extra yards.
So it's going to be 4:36 left in this 3rd quarter, 1st and 10 for Arkansas State on the 32 yards for the Buckeyes. Blackman, 2 to his left, 1 to his right for the receivers. He gets pressure there and putting it back on. And Ohio State able to push down Arkansas State right at the 3-yard line. And it was caught as he gives it off to Denard Flowers. So it's going to be 2nd and 9, so only a 1-yard gain there, Jack.
The interesting play there, Zach. Kind of trying to set up the drag. Jack Sawyer doesn't fall for it. He shot right in, but not able to get the sack. But Josh Proctor making a big play there. Big tackle, not let up extra yards.
3:50 in this 3rd quarter, 2nd and 9 for Arkansas State on the offense. On the Buckeyes, 31-yard line, Blackman able to get it, and throws that one as the pass was intended there, and it goes out of bounds.
Feeling the heat a little bit, Zach. He put it a little too high for his running back. Good little play design. Buckeyes seemed like they were there, but just Blackman sailed it a little too much. Running back unable to make a play on it.
And he tried to give it to Rigonelli again. So it's now 3rd and 9 on the 31 of Ohio State's side. Blackman has 2 receivers on his left, 1 to his right. He pushes back to the 40-yard line, looking for it there to Champ Flemings. Flemings is pushed down, unable to get the first down for the Ohio State Buckeyes. They come in big with pressure. And a lot of people, including Cody Simon, getting their hands on that tackle.
Yeah, well, the open field tackle there made by Cam Martinez. Great way to shuffle down there, and he was coming from behind. Champ Fleming's trying to make some moves, but Cam Martinez, great wrap there around the race to bring him back, prevent him from running upfield to complete the first down and move the sticks.
So it is a field goal attempt here. Zavada looking for a 45-yard attempt, field goal, and it's going through. And it's good. So Dominic Zavada is 4 for 4 this afternoon, and he is looking great as a freshman, getting it now to 12 for the Red Wolves, so 38-12 for Arkansas State. And that was a beautiful kick there, Jack.
Yeah, not easy, 45 yards out, but he's been nails with the kicks today, Zach. Arkansas State needing touchdowns if they want to hang with the Buckeyes, but can't fault their kicker for making his kicks, right?
Absolutely not. So off that kick there for Arkansas State. And Zavada, like I said earlier, 6'3", 174 pounds, freshman from Chandler, Arizona. In high school, averaged 40 yards per punt, but then he also did field goals as well. He did everything for his high school, Valley Christian.
Yeah, good for him there. Freshman here, capitalizing on his opportunities. Now let's see here what the Buckeyes do, Zach, as they went and got a first down, but still ended up having to punt on the last drive. At 38 points, it's a lot. The ball's been moving well, but you want to see a little more consistency from both sides of the ball for the Buckeyes here in the last 17 minutes, 18 minutes here that we got in this game.
Chip Trainum is going to receive again for Ohio State as it's kicked off. And it's going to go back for a touchback into the Buckeyes end zone. So it'll go on the 25-yard line as the Buckeyes will switch to their offensive side at 2:49 in this third quarter.
So interesting that Chip's out there taking those kickoffs. I want to see him take one. He was a running back last year, obviously, for Arizona State, but he's transferred back here to Ohio State to play linebacker. And you don't usually see many true linebackers out there taking kickoffs, Zach, so I just kind of intrigued. I want to see him take one.
It's definitely interesting, and I guess it's also in this game giving everyone an opportunity, see where the Buckeyes can use all of their depth in the future. As talking about depth, we have yet to see Kyle McCord in this game as C.J. Stroud's still out there. So C.J. Stroud able to get it off to Emeka Buka. Buka at the 30, at the 35, 40, trying to weave through the 50, and he gets it. And he's still at the 53-yard line, getting pushed back now. And Emeka Buka quickly weaving through the defense of Arkansas State and getting a good gain.
I just wish the Buckeyes did this more often. We didn't see it last week, Zach. I feel like their sweeps are so good. We saw one out of shotgun earlier where Emeka got some good games. And here, out of the under center, little quick screen or quick sweep here to Emeka Buka, and he just turns on the burners for a big gain.
So a rush there for Emeka Buka, 23 yards. It's going to be a 1st and 10 on the 48 of Arkansas State's side. C.J. Stroud going to take it. He has 2 receivers on his right, handing it back off to Mayan Williams. Williams pushing through straight in the center, and it was actually Travion Henderson, on the 35-yard line. So he's put down for a few yards. So it's going to be second down here for Ohio State. It's going to be 7 yards to go. CJ Stroud is going to try and get the snap again from Luke Whippler, the New Jersey native, center back. And he gives it off to Henderson again, who wasn't able to gain much. As Mayan Williams trying to put that one through. And it's now going to be a third down here for Ohio State with 6 yards to go.
You're going to have to dial up something here, Zach.
CJ Stroud having it on Arizona's 44, or Arkansas State, excuse me. As it's now going off to Marvin Harrison Jr. is getting that catch. And the Buckeyes do get that first down, so the Pins will move. The Buckeyes still trying to get some offense going here.
Great route there by Marvin Harrison, just a simple curl and stick right at the stick.
So 42 seconds in this quarter as Mayan Williams pushing through on the 30-yard line, getting pushed out of bounds. So he gets the carry with a 5-yard gain.
Another one of these tosses out of the shotgun. Kind of looked like an option there that CJ was kind of running, but obviously CJ doesn't run. So that was a predetermined toss, but it kind of came off like an option, Zach. Kind of a weird play there for a couple yards.
Absolutely. So CJ Stroud going to take the snap yet again, had two receivers on his right, looking for it there, and goes right out of bounds. It was Marvin Harrison Jr. from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, right in that end zone there, but just went above his fingertips.
You know, actually, Xavier Johnson there, Zach, on the curl back. Interesting throw decision there by CJ. I didn't really ever see him. Didn't look like he really had him. He had to lead him there. Good coverage there by the nickel corner, but could have gone back and forth. Maybe a little hand holding there, hand fighting.
So 12 seconds left in this third quarter. CJ Stroud has two receivers to his right, one to his left. On his left is Marvin Harrison Jr. Xavier Johnson's in the slot. Whippler waiting for it, gives it off to CJ Stroud. Stroud taking his time, looking there, and a touchdown for the Buckeyes! Marvin Harrison Jr. gets the touchdown off the beautiful throw from CJ Stroud. And the Buckeyes now make it 44-12 with 4 seconds left in this third quarter.
This is why he's the QB1 on most mock drafts. What a beautiful throw there. He had to put it in only a couple places second that he's got to throw it in there. He sneaks it in between the safety and the cornerback, draped on Marvin Harrison, and also Marvin Harrison Jr. is just quite the athlete, Zach. What a great way of pinpointing the ball, getting up. Man, great touchdown drive.
Noah Ruggles gets the extra point, 30-yard touchdown from CJ Stroud to Marvin Harrison Jr. Scoring drive, 7 plays, 75 yards, and 2 minutes and 45 seconds. So it is now 45-12 with 4 seconds and digging here in this third quarter here at Ohio Stadium.
Man, what a big throw by CJ Stroud there as we're getting it on the replay. Snuck it in there at the 2-yard line. Good coverage there by number 2, Leon Jones, the Hattiesburg, Mississippi native, was really draped on Marvin Harrison, but Marvin Harrison is just a lengthy guy. Man, Zach, he's got long arms, long legs. He just kind of gallops across the field there. And even though it looked like Leon Jones was on him well, not well enough, beautiful ball that only Marvin could go get it from CJ. And he just explodes up to make a brilliant catch. 4 touchdowns there for Stroud.
So the Buckeyes are going to kick this one off here. And it's going to be kicked off all the way down. And it's going to be Johnny Lang in the end zone as a touchback. But it's going to be a fair catch at the goal line.
Let's see how this Buckeyes defense responds here, Zach. 4 seconds left in this third quarter, so not going to see it here. But as this fourth quarter starts, I expect James Blackman to come back out for the Red Wolves, and the starting quarterback and most of the starters are out there for the Red Wolves. This is going to be something that the Buckeyes can learn from.
And Arkansas State's still going to try and put everything out there, all their best players. So Blackman has 2 receivers to his right. And now 3. Blackman, he waits for it. He gets the ball. He's able to get it off to Johnny Lang. Lang around the 25-yard line, closer to the 26. But a flag is put down on the play.
Good job by Cody Simon there, meeting him up in the gap right at the line. But let's see what this call is here. Side judge near the sticks of the Arkansas State sideline. A legal formation there.
So it's going to be a legal formation here for Arkansas State. They're going to replay that down. And now they're switching that. It may be a second down, but it's going to be the end of the third quarter here as the Ohio State Buckeyes 45-12 over the Arkansas State Red Wolves here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Ohio Stadium. Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio, the official student home of Ohio State Athletics. And welcome back to Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio as we enter the 4th and final quarter here of this football game between the Ohio State Buckeyes and the Arkansas State Red Wolves on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Zachary Rodier alongside Jack Murphy. Thank you to those joining us on SGSR TV. The first time we've done this for a football game and on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio as well. And Jack, a fun 3 quarters of action so far as James Blackman is going to take it for Arkansas State. 2 receivers on his right, 1 to his left. On the 26, and it's pushed down right near the 30, forcing him out of bounds is Ohio State. And it's going to be Josh Proctor.
Yeah, quite the hit there by Proctor, Zach. Buckeyes, I'm up to 8 penalties now. Buckeyes just got to cut this out from here and kind of lock in and communicate better, Zach, here. Just too many mental mistakes are keeping these Arkansas State drives alive.
So right now, Arkansas State 3rd and 4 on their 31. Blackman, 2 receivers to his left, 1 to his right. He pushes it back, waiting for it, getting pressure, scramble here, and Blackman looks like he gets the first down on the rush, something that he usually does not do, and he does get it, as the pins will now move for Arkansas State.
Yeah, it looked like that was close. Good dive there to get it. Blackman has the legs, but yeah, like you said, we don't see him do it that much, even though there's plenty of games like last week, 2 passing touchdowns, 2 rushing touchdowns. But he likes to be a distributor of the ball. That's what he's been today. See if he can keep this drive going.
1st and 10 on Arkansas State's 35. Blackman gets the snap. He tries and pushes it down on the 40-yard line, but it is going to be an incomplete pass, as it looked like the pass was intended possibly to Seydou Traore, but nonetheless won't matter, as it's going to be 2nd and 10 on ASU's 35-yard line. It's 2nd and 10. Blackman has 3 receivers now on his right. He looks for his options. Johnny Lang on his left as his running back. Lang is able to get the ball pushed off onto the 35. Tries to grab another yard. Looks like he's at the 36.5-yard line, but it'll be a 3rd down, with Arkansas State still having to get some yards to make it to 1st and 10.
Good shoot up there and tackle by Cody Simon and Tyleek Williams. Ripping strong to make the play as well.
So 3rd and 8 on Arkansas State's 37. And it looked like an offside for Ohio State. And that looked like it was Tyleek Williams who got that offside. He bought off the possible clap snap there from James Blackman. So able to gain some yardage there. So now it's 3rd and 3 compared to the 3rd and 8. Arkansas State down 45-12 here, 13:03 in this 4th quarter.
Another tough penalty for the Buckeyes here, Zach. Let's see if they can make up for it.
Blackman has all 3 receivers to his right, waiting for the snap. It's Blackman looking it from Ethan Miner. Still waiting for it here. Blackman gets it off to Johnny Lang. Lang pushing forward, trying to get that first down, and it looks like he's going to be possibly 1 yard short here, Jack, as Lang was pushing that forward.
Yeah, how about that, Zach? I mean, it's like really churning. Buckeyes meet him right at the line. But then I think that was not Curry, but McKenzie coming in from behind on the tackle, kind of pushed him forward a little bit. But they get him down a yard short, Zach, and that brings out the punt squad.
And Linton Ransom got the tackle there. So Arkansas State had 2 4th downs that they decided to go for it. They won't do it here when it was 4th and 1. So it's put up there. Mecca Buka to receive. He goes back down, and he misjudged it there. Thought it was going to go for a touchback, but it hits off to the 3rd-yard line, and it goes out of the field. So it's going to be the Buckeyes on their 20-yard line. They'll be 1st and 10.
It's going to be interesting. Are we going to see C.J. Stroud out here, Zach?
I'm not sure. We'll see what Ohio State decides to do. They're up 45-12, 12-11 into this 4th quarter. So Buckeyes are going to have to make a decision here.
I think we're getting one more round of Stroud, Zach. Not to cut you off. I saw Kyle McCord was in that huddle, and then he just came out onto the bench, and Stroud just put his helmet on. So we're getting one more starter round.
So we're going to take a quick break here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. C.J. Stroud and the Ohio State Buckeyes with another offensive opportunity right after this. Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio, the official student home of Ohio State Athletics. Welcome back here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Zachary Rodier alongside me is Jack Murphy. 45-12 for the Ohio State Buckeyes. CJ Stroud dropping the ball at the 16-yard line as he's able to recover. And a lot of chaos there right on the front with 12 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, Jack.
Yeah, versus the last time we saw the ball on the ground, center to quarterback. I thought that the center for the Red Wolves kind of hit himself on the snapback. This one, Stroud just dropped it and was trying to pick it up again to make a play, but then he had to awkwardly land on it. Luckily, no one hurt on the play.
CJ Stroud making a play here. 3 receivers on his left, looking there on the 20-yard line for a pass, and that one is completed. So not much to gain there for the Ohio State Buckeyes. It's going to be 3rd and 9.
Cade Stover ate that second hit there. He kind of got crunched. Looked really uncomfortable, but Cade Stover, man, just a big boy. Could take a hit or two.
So for Ohio State, it's 3rd and 9. So 3rd and long on the 21-yard line, of Ohio State's own. CJ Stroud gets the snap, looking off there, and it's dropped. And a flag is put down on the play. It was intended to Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah, Straka doesn't like that call. I assume that they're going to call it on him, number 21. But, yeah, got some hand on there, Zach. Clearly some type of interference or holding on the receiver, Marvin Harrison.
So the officials for this afternoon's game are going to try and decide that as he's picking up that flag. And actually, there is no foul on the play. There will not be a foul, so the official picking that one up. So it is now going to be 4th and 9, so the kicking team for Ohio State will switch off. Could that be the last we see of CJ Stroud in this game? We will see in the future, but not ending off on the best foot there, so maybe Coach Ryan Day will want to put him in again in the future, Jack.
Well, we'll see here, Zach, as they're going to punt off. Just interesting, you lose a possession. You lose a play, and basically the possession with that first play where, you drop the snap, and it's just tough, basically starting off at 2nd and 10.
So it's going to be picked up there by Fielding. And Johnny Lane going to receive right at the 30-yard line. He goes for the fair catch. And so now it's going to be around the 32. So Arkansas State will get the offense going for another opportunity. They've got some field goals in this game, but still looking for their first touchdown. 45-12, 10:43 in this 4th and final quarter on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio, the official student home of Ohio State Athletics. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio and those watching us on SGSR TV. As we are in Ohio Stadium, Zachary Rodier alongside me is Jack Murphy. 45-12 for the Ohio State Buckeyes at 10:43 left in this fourth quarter, which has been a little slower in the first few minutes here, Jack.
Yeah, versus that third quarter, which kind of flew by, Zach. I mean, big touchdowns will help, but the Buckeyes here on defense, rolling out some of the other backups. Let's see how this works out for them, Zach.
So Arkansas State on their own 32. It's going to be 1st and 10. As it's pushed off there, A.J. Maeir and a big push by the Ohio State Buckeyes, looking for laying there. And that one's going to be pushed all the way back. And a big there as a quick cross. Tried to get the ball there for Arkansas State, but Caden Curry for the Buckeyes put him off to a 6-yard loss.
Yeah, freshman who is playing here, came in winter. Coaching staff talked a lot about him. He's going to have a bright future here in Columbus, and look at that, already making some plays here, Zach.
So 2nd and 16 on Arkansas's 26. 3 receivers to his right. It's A.J. Maeir. As the ball is pushed back, so A.J. Maeir coming in for James Blackman in this fourth quarter. Getting in some reps as well. He passed 23 yards last game, 5 for 6, so an 83%. But it's going to be 3rd down and 15 on A-State's 27.
And Caden Curry making that play again. Back-to-back tackles for the Greenwood, Indiana native.
He is looking good in his first few snaps here. Under 10 minutes now in this game. Maeir looking for it there on the 32-yard line as it is pushed back down. And it gets off to Walker for Arkansas State.
Great open field tackle there by Lathan Ransom, and out. He's looking to take it back inside to get some big yards. And Lathan Ransom, man, just such a good open field tackler.
So Amari Walker, the redshirt freshman from McKinney, Texas, got that one. So it's now 4th and 10. So Arkansas State's still going to have to kick here as Mecca Buka will be receiving it as it's kicked up around the 15-yard line. And Mecca Buka is on the go. Closer to the 25-yard line, trying to push to around the 26th or 7th. So Mecca Buka getting the return there. And it's going to be a timeout on the field at 8:24 left in this game. 45-12 for the Ohio State Buckeyes. We're going to take a quick break here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio and SGSR TV, the official student home of Ohio State Athletics. And welcome back to Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. Zachary Rodier, alongside me is Jack Murphy. And welcome to the game, Kyle McCord, as he's able to give it off there for Ohio State. And getting on the running back there for the Buckeyes is Dallin Hayden. As coming from Memphis, Tennessee.
Good to see the freshman in there. You know, Evan Pryor getting hurt was going to really shift that up, and who knows if they'll need to call on him, but the guy's got the potential to be a real stud here. Obviously, you got Travion Henderson lined up for the foreseeable future, but Dallin Hayden, man, he can run.
So Kyle McCord gets the snap yet again, and he's able to get it off to Hayden there. As some more yardage gain there, and the Buckeyes will get the first down with less than 8 minutes left here in this fourth and final quarter. So, Jack, what are your thoughts on putting Kyle McCord in after a very unsuccessful drive for C.J. Stroud right before?
Well, it's tough. I mean, you know, on the Blocko show this week, I did predict 63 points, and so I'm going to come a little short of that without C.J. in there. I know you were right around 45, 48, so your guess is looking good unless Kyle McCord here can get a big drive going, but you know, you got to keep your guys healthy. You know, I remember being at Ryan Day's press conference this week. One thing he talked about, everyone was asking him about, you know, No Smith and Jigba. You know, all these guys have worked with CJ during the year. He just wanted to see them get on the field and work together, and over 150 yards for Marvin Harrison Jr., 120 for Emeka. It's a good start, right, Zach?
Absolutely a great start for the Ohio State Buckeyes, up 45-12 there. So the play that just happened, Kyle McCord gave it to Dallin Hayden for a 3-yard gain. Dylan Doss got the tackle for Arkansas State. Just the Buckeyes 2nd and 7 on the 42 for the Buckeyes as it's pushed forward yet again and put down. So Dallin Hayden trying to carry again. So right now we haven't seen Kyle McCord throw it at all. Just keep giving it off to the freshman who was a 4-star recruit, top 25 nationally, Mr. Football Award winner. So right now, Kyle McCord going to look for some more opportunities, try and get his first touchdown of the season. Kyle McCord waiting for it again. He's there at the 40-yard line, able to get it off to Hayden. Hayden walking through at the 50, at the 45 of Arkansas State, and the Buckeyes get the first down after it was 3rd and 4. Dallin Hayden.
Yeah, it's been the Dallin Hayden drive, huh, Zach? And looked pretty shifty on that one. See if they finally give it to someone else.
Kyle McCord is able to throw that one all the way down and off to Xavier Johnson, Cincinnati, Ohio native, as it gets pushed out. So now 5:30 and ticking in this fourth quarter. It's going to be 2nd and 4 on Arkansas State's 39. Kyle McCord waiting for it yet again. Hayden to his right. 2 wide receivers on his right as well. He gives it off to Hayden. Hayden still looking for it, and he's dragged down by Arkansas State. And it looked like possibly Straker.
Good wrap by Straker there. Chasing down Dallin Hayden. The Buckeyes have gone to him on every play besides that one to Xavier Johnson here, Zach. I think the Red Wolves were ready for that one.
So Hayden trying to continue to get some yard action here. It's 3rd and 6, 41-yard line of Arkansas State's side. So Kyle McCord gonna try and get some opportunity here.
I want to see them let Kyle push the ball down the field here, Zach.
3 receivers to his right, 2 to his left. As he's looking forward as the Titans were moving forward, and it's an incomplete pass. So an unsuccessful drive here for the Buckeyes. The Red Wolves defense are fired up. So the kicking team for the Buckeyes are gonna come on to the field as it's 4th and 6 on the 41-yard line in this fourth quarter, where we are now at 4 minutes and 27 seconds left.
Yeah, it's a tough play there, Zach. Even though, yeah, they're showing on the booth there, number 2, Leon Jones, pushing out Xavier Johnson, riding him. That should have been a penalty. But the out route to your tight end, interesting call there, and Kyle McCord ran it predetermined. Straker was all over that for it. Just kind of an interesting drive, Zach. Nothing really too, I know it's the backup quarterback, but you never know. Knock on wood, you don't want to see C.J. Stroud get hurt. You never plan on it, but Kyle McCord could be the starter this year if there's ever need be, like he was last year. In the game that C.J. Stroud missed, next year you would expect Kyle McCord to start for this team. Just tough. You didn't really get to see him push the ball down the field there, Zach. I guess I just wanted to see more out of a McCord-led offense.
He may get another opportunity as Jesse Murko put that one up, and it's going to be stopped now. So Ohio State ends their drive, and Arkansas State will get another opportunity, looking still for their first touchdown of the game here at Ohio Stadium. 45 for the Buckeyes, 12 for the Arkansas State Red Wolves at 4 minutes and 20 seconds left in this fourth quarter. We'll be back for more action in the rest of this game from Ohio Stadium on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio, the official student home of Ohio State Athletics. And welcome back to Ohio Stadium. It's Zachary Rodier. Jack Murphy is alongside me, is Coby Maeir and Caleb Spinner getting the pregame and intermission or halftime show as well. They will be down on the field for postgame recap on SGSR's Twitter account. We'll get SGSR recap after the game as well. So Arkansas State will take the football. And it's going to be Maeir again. Maeir will take it off to Johnny Lang and is pushed forward when the ball was on the 6-yard line for A-State.
Man, Caden Curry again, Zach. He's had quite the last couple drives here. He is ripping well at the line of scrimmage.
And he is trying to give himself a little bit of action here, possibly put his way for future time as an Ohio State Buckeye. So it's 2nd and 8 on Arkansas State's 8-yard line. Maeir has two receivers to his right, one to his left. Lang's on his right as well. And it's off there as it's pushed forward. Johnny Lang. And A.J. Maeir will take that one through. And he's pushed out. So it's now going to be 3rd and 1 here for Arkansas State on their own 35. Their own 15, excuse me. And the Buckeyes defense looking at what their options are here. A.J. Maeir is going to take this one yet again. And he's able to get it off, trying for the receiver there for Arkansas State. And he was trying to get it there for Mike Sharp, but it doesn't go through so quickly It's a 4th and 1. Arkansas State not going to take that chance so closely to their end zone. So they're going to have to punt this one, Jack.
Yeah, good coverage there by the Buckeyes. Ohio State's defense, I mean, holding anybody to 12 points is fantastic. I'd say it's a good day for the growth. I mean, you know, we saw some of the worst of Ohio State at the end of last year on the defensive side of the ball. That's what we were left with, even though that great Rose Bowl game. It's never awesome to give up 50 points. Did that hit off JK? No, it didn't.
As it was kicked off, and...
Oh, yeah, wait. Yeah. A muff punt by the Buckeyes. I'm sorry about that, Zach. I thought we would get a normal punt there so I could kind of talk about Ohio State's defense. It looked like they were done for the day, but they're coming back out.
So the call is that it touched Ohio State, and then Arkansas State was able to recover there. And this would be an opportunity for Arkansas State to go up, and it is what's going to happen. So Arkansas State off the return there for the Buckeyes, not going according to plan at 2:37.
Yeah, J.K. Johnson he's horse fighting with number 9 there, which is not Travion Thomas, but.
So Arkansas State taking the ball, and it's going to be right on to the 42-yard line of the looks. So Arkansas State getting things going yet again.
It actually was, but Travion Thomas there, horse fighting with J.K. Johnson, throws him into the ball, Zach. You don't see that very often. And it's late in the game, so it doesn't matter, but very interesting.
So J.K.'s cross. Got that one. A.J. Maeir gets the snap yet again, looking for an opportunity, and a big hit there for Ohio State as he is put down as it was trying to go to J.K.'s cross yet again. And it did, but Lathan Ransom, who was carted off at the Rose Bowl last season, puts him down. So it's 3rd and 11 here for Arkansas State with 1 minute and 44 seconds ticking here in this final and 4th quarter.
His open field tackling has just gotten so good, Zach.
A.J. Maeir gets it yet again as he pushes this one forward, looking for the opportunity, and the pass is complete at the 34, and it goes off there to possibly Miller there. And it does go off to Jaden Milner. Court Williams got the tackle. So it's now going to be a 1st and 10 on Ohio State's 27. Blackman, 3 receivers on his left. He is going to rush it. It is A.J. Maeir, as it goes off and to the 23-yard line.
Good open field tackle there by Trip Trainum. Ripped him down before he could get more on that run. But tough coverage break up there. Ohio State made a couple subs. And that's kind of, I think the communication's why they gave up that big first down on the last play, Zach.
So 50 seconds left in this game. A.J. Maeir claps forward. He gets the ball. Will Arkansas State get their first touchdown on that drive? As that one is an incomplete pass from A.J. Maeir. It was trying to go off to Walker there, but it doesn't go. So it's now going to be 3rd and 6.
Jair Brown almost had the Buckeyes' first turnover of the season here, Zach.
They are still looking for it. So 40 seconds left in this game. On the 23 of Ohio State, it's Arkansas State still looking for it. It's 45-12. A.J. Maeir gets the clap. He has it now, looking for his options. Receivers on his right. He's able to get it off, and looking for the first down. They're able to get it. And that goes for Arkansas State. It goes off. And for Ohio State, McCrumbie got it for Arkansas State. So it's going to be 1st and 10 on the Buckeyes' 14. 2 receivers on his left. He's able to get it off. Is A.J. Maeir. And that one is pushed down. As Mike Sharp is able to put that one and gain a few yards. So Arkansas State, 17 seconds to find their first and only touchdown of this game. A.J. Maeir gets it again. 2nd and 8, looking for the touchdown, and it goes out of bounds. Pass was going to be intended there for Amari Walker. redshirt freshman. So now at around 8 seconds left in this game, it is 3rd and 8. So Arkansas State with one last opportunity to get a touchdown in this game. They are down 45-12 for the Buckeyes as things are starting to wrap up here. Maeir looking to clap as the crowd is giving an applause. Maeir looking for it as he keeps rushing. He's on the 25, looking in, and it is down with 1 second left. But that will expire as the catch is in bounds, and that will do it here at Ohio Stadium. As the Buckeyes defeat the Arkansas State Red Wolves 45-12 after a full 60 minutes of play here at Ohio Stadium, and the Buckeyes are able to get some yardage here today, get their things clicking a little bit more as it goes 45-12. And on the Block O show, Jack, I said 48-10, so very close. I will take that one there as the Ohio State Buckeyes not getting as much offense as many expected. I think Arkansas State had a definitely great start and first quarter of this game that I think a lot of people weren't necessarily expecting. But what are your overall thoughts on this game? And then we're going to get off into SGSR recap in just a little bit.
Oh, Zach, it's just Ohio State scored 45 points. I feel like they definitely left points on the board for the second straight week. Not as crucial as the word I'll use as Notre Dame, because that game was 14-10 with less than 10 minutes to go. Ohio State needed to bleed the clock as long as getting a touchdown to end that game. But in this game, 45 points, 45-12 is good. 4 touchdowns for CJ, 2 on the ground for Travion. But I just expected a couple more touchdown drives. I really thought that they would get 60 points. It's not like it matters as much as I would say the defense kind of struggling with their penalties and stuff is a little more cause for concern. No turnover today. Thought we'd get our first turnover of the day with a vulnerable team like Arkansas State. But at the end of the day, Buckeyes are 2-0. They've had some injuries. Praying the best for Mike Hall that he's not hurt. Expect to see Smith and Jigba and Fleming back within the next 2 weeks. So they're not at full strength. You can't be too mad at a team that's 2-0, right, Zach? I think I just would have expected. There are a couple sloppy drives by both sides of the ball on Ohio State's side. But at the end of the day, Arkansas State played their heart out. They're a talented team. They don't have 8 guys who are going to go in the NFL draft or whatever it will be for the Buckeyes next year. But they played very well, and they're going to be a good team this year. And they beat a team 60-3 last week, So both teams had talent. They both played hard today. The better team won. And, you can't really, I don't think you can get too wrapped up on it, Zach. It was a good game.
Absolutely. So as we look at the schedule here, the Ohio State Buckeyes will take on Toledo next Saturday, 7 p.m. It will be on Fox and, of course, here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio on SGSR TV and at scarletandgraysportsradio.com. And for Arkansas State, as Carmen, Ohio just finishes here, they will play Memphis at them 6 p.m. on ESPN Plus next week. So on behalf of our entire crew, my name's Zachary Rodier, Jack Murphy beside me, and Caleb Spinner and Coby Maeir as well. That is going to be our coverage here at Ohio Stadium here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio and SGSR TV. Stay tuned on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio and SGSR TV for SGSR recap coming up in just a minute or two. But for now, my name's Zachary Rodier. Thank you so much for listening, and we'll catch you next time here on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio. And for those on SGSR TV, thank you so much for watching. Welcome back to SGSR Recap here on the SGSR Podcast Network. My name is Zachary Rodier, and alongside me is Jack Murphy today for what was a game between the Ohio State Buckeyes and the Arkansas State Red Wolves, as the Buckeyes defeated Arkansas State 45-12 after all fourth quarter actions. And Jack, a fun game here to call today. The crowd was here, 100,000 people here to take in this game, at least at the start of it. It was definitely a fun game. Ohio State got things clicking a little bit. What were your overall thoughts on this game?
Well, the Buckeyes definitely got some points on the board. I mean, that's kind of an obvious statement. As I was saying at the end of our game, 45 points, you can't be mad about that. That's what wins you Rose Bowls, a lot of points there. Just kind of felt like Ohio State on defense more than offense, as we're talking about getting to 60 instead of 45. But I felt there were a lot of mental mistakes, and especially the penalties on defense, that they gave the other team opportunities. Now, Arkansas State is a solid team, but they're not as good as Ohio State versus a Big Ten team, Zach, I think is going to take advantage of these opportunities. When you give Michigan State or Michigan extra possessions like that, like in the first quarter with that punt that got called back because of the 10, 15-yard penalty that gives them the automatic first down, you're off the field there. You can't give teams like Michigan extra opportunities, We've seen Michigan do that to the Buckeyes in the past. I most normally remember in 2019 when Michigan played Ohio State, they did the exact same thing where they gave them a punt that they had stopped Ohio State. They gave them a first down. And that's what happened to Ohio State last year against Michigan, besides getting run off the field at the line of scrimmage. Ohio State made a lot of penalties on offense. And today on defense, they made a lot of mental mistakes. And you don't want that to become a recurring thing for Ohio State, because when you give teams extra opportunities on both sides of the ball in the Big Ten, they take advantage of it. It's the top 2 conference in college football for a reason, Zach. And I think that's my big takeaway for the Buckeyes. They looked great, but there's places to improve, and I know Ryan Day is going to see them as well.
And the Buckeyes will have more room to improve next week as they will take on Toledo here at Ohio Stadium on a night game. Let's look back at what happened in this game. Scoring-wise, the Ohio State Buckeyes got 6 touchdowns and a field goal. Arkansas State having no touchdowns in this game. So after having many in last game against Grambling, they settled for 4 field goals. Again, 45-12 was the score. First touchdown in the game with 4 seconds into it. Of course, 10:04 into that first quarter was Marvin Harrison Jr., a 42-yard reception from C.J. Stroud. It was then an ASU field goal from Dominic Zavada, who had himself a 29-yard field goal and 4 field goals in this game. Ohio State then got a rushing touchdown at 4:23 in the first quarter from Travion Henderson, an 8-yard rush, and Ohio State then got a field goal from Noah Ruggles, getting his first one of the season. He is now 1 for 2. It was a 24-yard attempt. Arkansas State then gets 2 field goals in a row in the second quarter from Dominic Zavada at 38 yards attempt, and another one at 5:22 at a 34-yard attempt as well. Ohio State then got 3 touchdowns in a row. The first one at 4:24 in that second quarter. Marvin Harrison Jr., a 42-yard reception from C.J. Stroud, and then one at 13:40, a touchdown rush from Travion Henderson, 23 yards there. And then in the third quarter, 10:30 was Emeka Buka, a 51-yard reception, a beautiful play by C.J. Stroud. Then it was a field goal by Dominic Zavada, his last one of the game, 45-yard field goal attempt. Jack, that was a beautiful one, of course. And Marvin Harrison Jr. gets the final touchdown of the game, 4 seconds of that third quarter left. So it was Marvin Harrison Jr. getting that 30-yard reception thrown by C.J. Stroud. Looking at the Ohio State Buckeyes, they got a lot of things done. C.J. Stroud, 351 yards thrown, and Marvin Harrison Jr. receiving 184 yards, Emeka Buka receiving 118, and rushing-wise, 87 yards for Travion Henderson, and Mayan Williams getting some in as well. And I think for the Ohio State Buckeyes here, Jack, just pushing through things. They got a lot of things clicking. The third quarter was a lot of action, of course. But for Ohio State, what do you think they should improve upon going into next week?
Well, as I said, I think that the penalties just on defense are tough. This is a team that's really trying to remake itself on the defensive side of the ball. It's been a really tough going for the Buckeyes on defense since or since the later half of the Urban Meyer tenure. Back in 2017, 2018, Dwayne Haskins' year, they weren't very good on defense. They got really good Justin Fields' first year, then they lost Halfley to Boston College, and they've been searching since then. And through 2 games, I'm not going to. Jim Knowles looks like he's got the boys playing fast. They're flying around. The new coaches they brought in, it was great to hear from Perry Alano this week at his press conference talking about how he's so proud of the guys he has. He loves the camaraderie in the room, and it just seems like you're hearing all the same things from the coaches, that this is a group that wants to become the Silver Bullets again, and they're looking like it. They gave up 12 points today, Zach. They didn't give up a touchdown. I feel like it's so weird to talk about it, but they did give up. They made a lot of mistakes when it comes to the penalties, and then a couple guys giving up big plays, like Denzel Burke giving up that 60-yard pass comes to mind before that field goal. Just the little mental mistakes here and there, Zach. You can't afford to give those to Michigan and Michigan State. So this is the game where you can, and this is the game where you learn from it.
And so for the Ohio State Buckeyes, another opportunity to continue to learn and get some different reps and opportunities. They will play Toledo at 7 p.m. next Saturday on Fox and on Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio and on SGSR TV. My name is Zachary Rodier. Alongside me is Jack Murphy. Make sure you listen to everything on the Scarlet and Gray Sports Radio Podcast Network. 614 Check, the Ohio State of Mind. Nothing But Nylon is coming back soon. We have some great other podcasts. And, of course, Jack Murphy and his host, Sam Cerrone, just launched The Nightcap, which releases every Wednesday at 8 p.m. So, of course, also the Block O Show is going to be your preview every Friday at 9 a.m. on their podcast network and on SGSR TV. But that will do it here for SGSR Recap. My name is Zachary Rodier. Alongside me again is Jack Murphy. So long from Ohio Stadium, and we'll see you next time.